first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi everyone, I'm Grandmaster David Howell. One of my favorite chess books in the world is The 7 Deadly Chess Sins by Jonathan Rowson. This book explores common disasters made by chess players, as well as going into the details and the reasoning behind such mistakes. For today's segment, we will be looking at the first sin, thinking. Now, thinking might not sound like a sin, but if you're thinking in positions that don't actually require thinking, or if you're overthinking, that might lead to blunders. This is a position from the first season of the Champions Chess Tour. Magnus Carlsen, playing the black pieces here against Shakhriyar Mamedjarov, did make a mistake. He committed a sin. He thought in a position where it wasn't required. Black's queen is under attack, as we see here. From the white rook, the queen needs to move. But here Magnus tried to be a bit too clever. He actually sacrificed his queen for the rook. She could have moved away, the black knight could have blocked, but after taking this rook, he realized that he had thought for no reason. Here, he was expecting bishop takes queen, the most obvious move in the position, when after rook takes pawn, black is actually doing quite well. Black has got a rook for the queen already, and next move will win the bishop or the white queen. Black would have a great position. But the reason he committed this sin, the reason for this blunder, was that after queen takes rook, he had forgotten a simple check. He had overthought, but forgotten the simplicities of chess. After pawn takes pawn, check. Now things are different. After the king moved, bishop takes queen, and this position was simply lost for black. Yes, he still gets some pieces for the queen, but the black king is too open. Thinking, it's a sin. If you want to find out more about the 7 deadly chess sins, go to chessboard.com/sins to enjoy the exclusive video course by Jonathan Rowson.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this short introduction to the Ruy Lopez. So the Ruy Lopez is a chess opening that appears after the move e4, black replies e5, knight to f3, knight to c6, and now the Ruy Lopez is bishop to b5, developing the bishop, preparing to castle, and long-term trying to build a very safe and solid center, especially with the help of c3 and d4 later on. So the Ruy Lopez is a solid opening with a very, very long history. It has been played actually for hundreds of years, many hundreds of years. It has been played by all the world champions throughout the history of chess. It's a very classical opening, and it has stood the test of time for a very, very long time. And I very much enjoy to play it as white because it's a sort of lifelong weapon that if you want.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Chess 24. This is the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and we have had 2 extremely dramatic, action-packed days of chess. And I think today is going to be absolutely no different, as out of the 16 players, it's all about getting into the top 8. The decisive results we've seen in this tournament has been an absolute breath of fresh air. Welcome to the Airthings Masters. Did you see what I did there? But anyway, let's get straight to the action. We are going to go into day 3. Let's bring up our standings and take a look at where the players are at. Leading the pack, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the guy has been on fire, unstoppable after that first round disaster in which he was just blown away by Levon, but that's all in the history. He's been winning game after game, and on the way also beat Magnus Carlsen. He had a fantastic day too. He is at 19 points. And Ding Liren at 15, the big sensation, Eric Hansen, a professional streamer, a grandmaster. Few would have expected him to reach this far. He's on 3rd spot, currently sharing it with Ding Liren with 15 points. In an interesting interview with Kaya yesterday, he mentioned that given the tournament, he would consider himself a target here. So definitely he is also loving the way things are going. He's been producing combative, fearless chess, and we're looking forward to more of that. Andrei Esipenko at 14 points. He had a shaky day too. Let's see if he's able to keep it consistent in this very critical day 3 of the preliminaries. The world champion Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Kaymer. Vincent Kaymer, another standout performer in this event so far. And it's always such a pleasure to see Peter whenever Vincent has these crazy positions on the board. He is his prodigy, his student, and he's been playing exceptional chess in this event. Looking good in his road to the qualification into the knockouts. Levon Aronian and Anish Giri on the rim here. They've got to be very, very careful because of our scoring system in this tournament. It's 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and 0 for a loss. And let's not forget, it's all about finishing in the top 8. Let me bring up chat and see how everyone is doing. A very warm welcome to all of you joining us on Twitch, on YouTube, on Chess24. It's an absolute pleasure to commentate on this event with all of you. Now, every day, Peter and I have to nominate a priceless game of the day. It's the MasterCard prize for, well, the priceless game. And I did ask in chat what you guys thought, which one we're going to pick. It was a tough fight yesterday because we saw such exceptional chess from so many players, which was fantastic. So a tough one to call, but eventually we went with Vincent Kaymer's win over Anish Giri. It was flawlessly executed, an attack for the history books, and just an overall brilliant game. So chat, we're going to quickly go through that one. I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to struggle a little bit, but eventually bring it up on my screen. All right, there we have it. Vincent with the white pieces took on Anish Giri, and it started with a Ragozin, a very solid opening for black. And the first interesting decision that I think Vincent took was to go for this old line with Queen A4 check, attacking the bishop. Black's only move here is to go knight c6. And what white really does by provoking that knight to c6 is to make sure that black doesn't get the central break c5 very quickly. So even though he encourages development, the whole point is actually to come in the way of black's long-term vision of breaking in the center. The queen doesn't belong here, and you'll eventually see it fall back to where it should be. Black continued with short castle, and once the queen has done its job, it returns to c2. The development continues. Another very instructive point in this game. We'll notice that how white continues with development without really touching the bishop on f1. And the point of that is that you want to delay that for as long as possible so that if black captures on c4, you haven't wasted a tempo and can capture back immediately. After rook d1, Anish played the move h6, and nothing has gone wrong or no big mistakes so far. But this is where Vincent starts to get tricky. He starts to complicate the position, and full marks for combative fighting chess. This tournament is all about the fighting chess index, and Vincent currently is scoring extremely high on that. By the way, chat, that index, the fighting chat index, is by David Smurden, and it's a super exciting feature of this event where players are going to win prizes based on just how much of a fight they produce on the board. After c5, the bishop falls back. So what Vincent is saying with this move is that I'm ready to complicate the game. and no trades in the center. The bishop finally develops and Anish strikes in the center. After e5, finally there was shot castle, queen c8, a tricky move by Anish, always eyeing the sacrifice on h3. So Vincent has got to be careful at this point. And he plays such a quiet move, which for me, yes, it's not the winning move, but it just shows a different class. He plays a prophylactic bishop c1. The point is that he simply safeguards the pawn on d4. And now if black was to sacrifice on h3, after g takes h3, queen h3, because this pawn is defended, white can fall back with a knight to h2 and everything is under control. So the sacrifice doesn't work. Bishop c1, I loved this move. Black played bishop f5, attacking the queen moves and attacking the knight. The knight hits the bishop falls back. Typical idea in these positions, you break in the center. After f3, putting pressure on this pawn, this is where Anish faltered. With the move knight e7, falling back with the knight, Anish wanted to take control of the d5 square, but it misses a very crucial point. After taking on e4, now black can't really take on e4 because the queen falls back and there's always this horrendous threat of rook f6, destroying black's pawn structure with a very long-term initiative. That's not a position any of these top guys want to be defending. So after taking on e4, knight takes on e4, and this trade happened. And chat, this is the moment, bishop c4, another great move by Vincent, trying to trade off this defender, forcing Anish to trade it off really. And after c6, let me bring up chat and see, maybe a lot of you already know this move, what happened here. And I'm going to ask you guys on our Chess24 channel, I've got YouTube chat and Chess24 up in front of me. What do you think happened here? How did Vincent win this position? Let's see if any of you guys, I think a lot of you would already know this answer. Okay, I see it's coming in. That's right. Well done, Shaibi. Well done, Arnav. That is the right move. And that is what Vincent played. And after this, it was just absolutely precise play and completely flawless execution of the attack. Rook f7, king f7. The other rook comes to f1, gives a check. Black can't fall back with the king because the bishop is hanging. Knight jump to f5, only move, but it's a hopeless position. And Vincent correctly judged that after these trades, which are all forced, all only moves, another stunning move, queen f7, and black is in complete zugzwang. Black's pieces cannot move. The the queen has got no square to go anywhere. The bishop's constantly under attack. Bishop e7, the only square. Vincent goes b4, eyeing the ideas of bishop b2 and d5, breaking open to give a mate on g7. Eventually, after queen d8, it's just a very sad position for black. A beautiful execution of the attack. And chat, the knight jumps in, hitting the queen, not just the queen, the pawn on h6. And finally, one more question to you guys. How do you finish this game off? White to play. What was it that Vincent played that forced a resignation from Anish? Let's take a look. Yeah, it was indeed an awesome attack. That's right, rook h5, and it was game over. Just a brilliant way to finish it off. Queen h7 in the air, regardless of what black plays, black gets checkmated. And this was our priceless game of the day. And I did ask this question on chat, and I will be doing this every day. I think we've got a winner, in fact, who managed to guess that this would be the game. And let me just see who it was. Just give me a moment. Chat. Instagram, and you have actually won a 1-year premium membership. All right, I'm being told that my internet was off. Well, the winner is Timothy Yeager, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. So do reach out to Chess24 on Instagram or on Twitter. Alakine Battery, maybe you can help out with us, our mod here. And you have won a 1-year premium membership. We will be giving these out every day where you have to guess the MasterCard priceless game of the day. And the first And the first one to get it right wins a 1-year membership. We will just confirm the name and get back to you, but I'm pretty sure it was Timothy. All right, now what else is happening? Let's take a look at the action that's coming up. But before that, there was already a lot of stuff going on social media. The big news yesterday was, of course, Pragnananda winning his game against Magnus Carlsen, which, by the way, has completely gone viral in India. It's all over the news, and this is such a big moment for the 16-year-old. Magnus was having a brilliant run until he stumbled in this game, and he just completely crashed and burned in this one when Prag launched that Queen E3 Knight F4. And take a look at the kind of tweets and support that Prag had after this. Sachin Tendulkar, he needs no introduction. He is the god of cricket, arguably the best batsman in the history of the game. He's basically God in India. He tweeted saying, what a wonderful feeling it must be for Prag, all of 16, and to have beaten the experienced and decorated Magnus, and that too while playing back. Indeed, it's magical, a magical moment for Prag, but today is a very big day for him. And I also loved his composure on his post-game interview. He just seemed so calm about it, and he said, day one didn't go according to plan. This is what I needed, and I hope I can continue the form in the coming days. And of course, another legend showing his full support, as he always does, to the Indian youngsters. Vishwanathan Anand, always proud of our young talents. Very good day for Prag. Indeed, it's all over big media channels as well. Let's take a look at some of that. Leading journalist Susan Neenan said, little past 2 a.m. in India. I think the time difference for Indian players, and of course, Ding Liren from China, who's having a fab tournament, that's another challenge that they're dealing with. 16-year-old Prag had one of the biggest moments of his young career so far, and I think that's just very nicely put. A win with black, and there have been only two other Indian players who've managed to do that, who managed to beat Magnus in pretty much any format, and that's Vishy and Hari, and Prag is the third Indian to do so. So lots of action. I think what has been super exciting has just been this big mix that we've had and the upsets that we are seeing with the likes of Vincent and Eric just playing phenomenal chess amongst these elite players. And with that, I think we're also being joined by our chess expert, our co-commentator, the legend himself, Peter Leko is with us. Let's bring him on. Peter, welcome. How are you doing today?
Yeah, hello, Tanya. Hello, everyone. Well, very, very good. I'm enjoying this tournament tremendously. As you said, yeah, so many ups and downs, incredible fights by the youngsters, shocking results. The favorites are struggling. No one is safe. I mean, I think we cannot really ask for more.
We cannot ask for more, but we are being delivered more, because take a look at the matchups that we've got coming up at the start of the day, Peter. Let's bring up the pairings for game 9. We're going to lift off day 3 of the preliminaries with Alexandra taking on Artemiev. Vincent versus Jan. Peter, I want your thoughts on this matchup. Vincent is your student. You worked with Jan before. What are the dynamics? What can we expect from this game?
Yes, this is a very, very big question. I myself don't have no answer to that. When I saw the lineup and I saw that both players will play this event, then I already started to get nervous and was thinking like, yeah, let me survive this game. Yeah, just I want to survive. I wish for both players the best. I also know that both of them are very, very uncompromising players. So I think that we will not see a peaceful battle. I mean, it will be very, very big fight. And well, I'm just here rooting for both of them, but it's going to be tough on me.
Wow, I love it. Yeah, definitely. I think when we've got players like Jan playing any game, and of course, as Vincent has also shown in this tournament, we can expect fireworks in this one for sure. It's Hans Niemann taking on Andrei Esipenko. Hans had a fantastic day 1, but a bit of a collapse in day 2. Definitely looking to score some points. Esipenko is going to have something to say about that. Again, this tournament has been sensational for the teens who are playing here. We've got 16-year-old Prag playing against Nordebek Abdusattorov. For both these players, an important game on their road to try and make it to the knockouts. Lei Kuangliam playing Magnus. Magnus is not going to be happy with the way things ended in day 2. So we're probably going to see another version of an angry Magnus at the start of the day. Eric taking on Anish, a very in-form Eric against, well, a shaky Anish so far. While Ding Liren, it's fantastic to see him play exactly the kind of chess he's known for. absolutely going for any chance he gets on the board and converting those wins up against Shak, who's been very off form in this tournament. It's Jan-Krzysztof up against Levon. Let's take a look at some of the players and their road ahead in this coming day. These are our standings. Jan Nepomniachtchi, who leads the field, this is what his day looks like. He faces Vincent Kema, then Hans Niemann, then Pragg and Leko Tania. Now, Peter, looking at this day ahead, at least on paper, he is a clear favorite in 3 out of the 4 games. It's not going to be easy considering the form of the players, but it feels like Jan is really, he's played the toughest opposition and he's leading with a 4-point margin.
Yes, it's a very, very nice situation, but we have seen so many surprises in the tournament. And I think also Pragg yesterday showed that he's catching up. I mean, he's getting into brilliant form. This victory, however, you know, this I would like to mention that this victory over Magnus, of course, is brilliant, but you know, as you said, it's such a sensation in India. I hope that it will not affect Pragg, yeah, that he can calmly focus on his game and show his best. Because what we have seen with Andrei Yesipenko, after beating Magnus Carlsen, then what happened the next day? He lost the first 2 games, yeah. And I felt like maybe it was connected to this fact that, you know, this incredible euphoria that you feel when beating the world champion can affect you. And I do hope for Pragg that it will. We have heard both interviews. I mean, both Andrei and also Pragg very, very maturely gave the interview. Like it looked like, you know, they are very happy, but they are completely focused on the rest of the tournament. But still, believe me, inside your heart, you know, I think you will have a very, very exciting night, you know, trying to sleep when you know that you have just knocked out the world champion.
Wise words there, Peter, very wise words. But the one thing about Pragg, I think, during tournaments is that he's completely off social media. So it's something that he kind of distances himself with, which I think really helps any player. And I think that's something that makes a lot of sense in the middle of the tournament, to not let things affect you. So hopefully, like you said, all this celebration that's been around his performance yesterday. And let's not forget, it wasn't just his game against Magnus, it was also his game against Lev, which was absolutely brilliant. Let's hope that he's able to keep that composure and continue giving these big guns a big fight. Let's also take a look at the other sensation of the event, Eric Hansen, what his day looks like. He starts it, well, this one's a different narrative, because take a look, he starts with 2 very tough opponents, Anish Giri in round 9 and then Magnus in game 10, going forward with Nordebek and then Andrei Yesipenko. Peter, what do you make of Eric's performance so far, and what does he need to do to keep it going?
Well, keep on performing as he did so far. Yeah, that's. But as he said himself, yeah, yesterday I read his interview and we listened as well in our broadcast that, yeah, he's super excited. He's so happy that he has such a fantastic run, and he's taking risk. I feel like, you know, that last year he was already part of the Champions Chess Tour and it didn't really go according to plans, or it just went the normal way. One can look both sides. But definitely he has learned his lesson, and I think he adjusted his play. He understood how he should try to play, how to surprise the opponents, because the point is, when you play against the top guys, you should never let them get comfortable positions. Yeah, that's the most important thing, because if you let them play comfortable, I mean, you show some respect towards your opponents, they immediately use that, they immediately sense it. And in Eric's case, I feel like he shows zero respect. I mean, he knows that he's up against the very best in the world, but he's looking for the challenge. He's ready for complications. He has also very clear-cut ideas in the opening. He's ready to play principled but fast. And so far it has worked to perfection. Also, by being a streamer, yeah, one also has to speak about this this practical ability, yeah, that the players are playing non-stop online. I mean, they are streaming, so they are very, very much used to all these time scrambles, you know, that can actually decide the game. And so far we have seen that what he did against Duda, I mean, tricking Duda in a big time trouble, I haven't really seen it before, because usually exactly Duda is the one who turns the tables in time trouble. But here it was Eric Hansen who swindled. Okay, from a good position, don't get me wrong, he actually had a better position, but still they were down to last few seconds, and Eric handling that situation so well, that shows me that he's incredible, well in shape, and he can beat anyone.
Very interesting. Peter, we were talking about this big matchup that we've got of the tournament leader, Jan, up against Vincent, who yesterday not only beat Magnus, but also had a really good game against Nordebek, which he won. He was almost crushing that last game as well, which unfortunately did not work out well for him. And that we could see it in the interview. It was that Rook Bishop versus Rook endgame and his thoughts on that. Did you speak to him afterwards, and what was the feeling? What was the pep talk like? Give us some insights.
Well, definitely we talked. Yeah, of course, I was trying to calm him down and say that, okay, he should just erase that from his memories because he has played a wonderful chess yesterday. And yeah, the pity was, if he's during the whole game under defense and then he has to defend it and he fails, that's kind of normal because you have been under pressure, but he was dominating that game. Yeah, and basically just with last minutes on the clock, it turned that from a almost technically winning position, or maybe it was even winning. It got very unpleasant, and then it looked like it's lost. Then suddenly he survived. He reached this Rook Bishop versus Rook, and he seemed like he's totally confident and comfortable holding it, and just in the very last second to stumble, that's of course very tough. But I hope that he's young. Yeah, he's very young, so I think he's looking forward to today's action, and he might have already completely forgotten this episode.
Wow, and take a look at this chat. Peter, we've got our players taking their place, ready to go. We've got about a minute to lift off. Some of them, of course, like to come a couple of minutes early. Some just when the game is about to start. It's a very different dynamic for every player. We see Jan and Vincent are already there, while Lev and Magnus and Shark still missing from their seats, and they're definite to join any second. We've got liftoff in about a minute. Peter, what about you? When you were playing a lot, did you enjoy coming a few minutes before, calming down? Or was it, because I've noticed about Magnus, for example, he just always comes right on the clock or a few seconds after?
Well, to be honest, I would have always loved and preferred to be in time, but somehow lately it have never really worked out. Yeah, I actually hate to come late because then automatically there is a stress factor. Yeah, that you are not calm. I mean, if you are sitting already a few minutes before and you are kind of ready, I think it's much more comfortable. But as I said, sometimes you run out of the situation. I mean, I don't know exactly. You start to get ready too late. Yeah, you need to get dressed and so on. You might be still in your preparation. So there are many reasons why someone can be late.
Yeah, speaking of getting dressed, Magnus was literally not ready, putting on his shirt just a minute before liftoff. We do have it already. Take a look at this, Peter. Another Ragozin, and this time Vincent decides to not repeat Queen A4.
Yes, he takes CD5, ED5, Bishop G5. Well, I mean, one thing I can reveal that I tried to be as neutral as possible in the preparation. So I basically didn't participate in any preparation. I just wish both players good luck, and let's see what will happen. Definitely, I'm hoping that they will not be blitzing out some big novelties, that we have been looking together, but we will see.
All right, well, this is quite a classical line of the Ragozin, Bishop G5, H6, Bishop H4, and Jan Nepomniachtchi breaks in the center with C5. Vincent taking a little bit of his time for this move. This is one of the main moves, though, here.
Yes, it's one of the main moves, but I think that recently, actually, the main line had been castles. Yeah, castles, and after easily Bishop F5. This is the modern way of playing the Ragozin main line. So basically, by playing C5, I think Jan is trying to mix things up. Yeah, he doesn't want to play the most principal way. It's like an old classical reaction. Now let's see. Yeah, Vincent is a young player. How he will deal with this.
All right, we'll take a look at how Vincent handles the opening. And we've been talking about the one player who always has interesting opening ideas in this tournament, and his theoretical preparation is quite unique, Hans Niemann. Let's take a look at his opening, because once again, not something very typical.
Yeah, well, I mean, both players are mixing things here. I mean,
Lots
not
of pawn
mixing
moves in this one, Peter.
Yeah, definitely not mixing their preparation. It's part of their preparation, but mixing the so-called traditional ways. Yeah, like G3, C6. Yeah, so black is ready to play for the C6, and then white goes for the D4 move, not the more usual knight f3, e4, knight d4. I think we have been seeing a lot of developments in this line. So actually Hans Niemann, as you said, he likes to has his own ways. And after e4, he goes a3. The point of a3 is to stop bishop b4. And we have already seen Andrei Yasipenko liking this bishop b4 very much. So he makes sure that this bishop will not come there. Now black plays d5, white plays knight c3. And what? Black goes h6 in order as well, since white lost tempo for a3. Now I'm not going to give you the chance after knight f6 to go bishop g5. You wasted the time. I also can allow myself to waste one move with h6. Prophylactic, and next move knight f6.
But this is also crazy, Peter, because growing up, we're always taught in openings, don't make unnecessary pawn moves, always try to develop your pieces. And modern chess with all these pawn moves, g5, h5, g4, h4, it just completely destroys all conventional principles.
Yes, well, that's why you have to, you have to know the rules, and you have to understand why you are breaking them if you are breaking them. Of course, it's very nice to break them in your preparation, because then you make sure that, yes, it's absolutely legitimate to break it. But here, I think this is kind of standard. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that Hans is spending so much time, because if he's the one who invents the move a3 and he's ready to play like this, then he should be ready for the psychological answer h6. Like, okay, you want this, I'm going to give it to you as well.
Wow. All right. Well, let's see how white responds to black's fourth pawn move out of 4 moves that he's played. But talking about breaking opening principles, I see a lot of queen moves by Shak in the first 9 moves of his opening as well. Peter, he's facing Ding Liren. Can you please take us through the opening action in that one?
Yes, this is what it is. Yeah, because suddenly the queen on h5, I mean, this doesn't look like a typical, I mean, looks like a Grunfeld kind of structure with g6, bishop g7, but as I see, it's d4, d5, c4, c5. What? Wow. I mean, okay. Yeah, those kind of things happen in online Rapid, that people try to mix things up and try to disbalance their opponents. Let's see how Ding Liren reacts. cd5, queen d5, knight f3, sensible. C takes d4. Knight c3, getting the tempo. And yeah, if you look from the outside, then you would feel like with white, why do I have to prepare against this? It's a symmetrical position. I'm getting a tempo with knight c3. The queen has to move. And then I'm going to capture the d4 pawn. I mean, looks that white should be very, very happy with it. However, if black plays like this, it means that he has some ideas. Knight f6, a3 on the board, g6, knight b3, queen h5. Okay, a very, very special way. And bishop f4, bishop g7. Ding Liren says, you know what, this queen on h5 is kind of bothering me, because if I play g3, bishop g2, which would be a very standard way, then black actually can go bishop h3 and make very good use of the queen on h5. So for this reason, Ding Liren wants to be practical and goes e4, forcing the trade of queens, and goes for this very, very tiny bit maybe better endgame, but yeah, maybe a tiny bit better, because this knight on b3 is very, very nicely placed, ready to jump to c5. So black's bishop on c8 will not find it easy to get out, develop to e6, because then knight c5 might come.
So despite the queens being traded, white maintains a slight advantage, which is simply always threatening to pick up the double bishop pair in this endgame, not making development easy for black. Peter, crazy stuff going on in the Jan-Krzysztof Duda Levon Aronian board. Knight takes e6 was played, a piece sacrifice. I think we have to take this from the top. White has given up a piece for 3 pawns. What's going on here?
Yeah, well, seeing the position, it looks to me that it should be this Vienna variation that Levon usually never plays in classical, but he loves to use it in some rapid or blitz games. Well, it starts from a Ragozin, but after bishop g5, d takes c4, we end up in this big classical Vienna variation. And the move b5, yeah, this is a line which, if white doesn't know, if white is not prepared, black is actually getting excellent results. I think that Levon has already won a couple of games. But seeing that Duda sacrificed this piece, I assume that he was ready. I think, and it's also game 1 of the day. Yeah, it's usually, I think, when you have 4 games a day, it's very logical that you try to target mainly the first opponent, because afterwards it's just too much trouble preparing against all the opponents with white, and you also have to prepare with black. So very tricky. But for this one game, I feel like Duda was ready. So takes, bishop takes c4, castles, bishop b7, queen b3, bishop c5, and knight takes e6. So basically at this moment, black is the one who has sacrificed the pawn, and he claims that thanks to my dark squared bishop, actually I have lovely compensation. And Duda says, you know what? Yes, you have good compensation, so let me sacrifice the knight. I will destroy your pawn structure. I get now 3 pawns for the piece. And after king h8, the move bishop d5 is the tactical justification, because black is now unable to trade on d5, because then queen takes d5 wins material, the rook on a8 is in trouble, the knight cannot develop. So black has to retreat with the queen to e7. And one gets the feeling, and we also see the evaluation bar, that engine thinks that white has probably very serious compensation for the piece.
Well, he has taken about 3 minutes to play this line out, and I'm just wondering how much of it was over the board inspiration. He doesn't look very comfortable with what he's got. If you look at him on the camera, it feels like he's not very sure how to continue. It's a long-term initiative he needs to play for. There are no direct threats. And if black is able to develop, let's say after a move like bishop d5, trade now and go knight d7, take out that knight, bring it out to knight f6, then you're just down a piece. So white needs to show his cards soon on in this. And Peter, I want to ask you, what are the moves that come to your mind to stop black from developing? The one thing that I was thinking about was something like, he's gone king h1. And doesn't this allow bishop d5 and knight d7? Or do you go bishop d5, knight d5, but then e4 is hanging?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very, very tricky, because the typical stuff, yeah, that you kind of know that according to engine, this piece sacrifice is interesting. But if you don't know the follow-up, yeah, if you just have to start this game from the scratch, then I think practically speaking, actually black has the advantage. While if you know the next 2 moves, for example, from white, so you know exactly the direction what computer tells you, with some incredible precise play, then you might have the upper hand. To my eyes, actually, rook ad1 looked like the most natural move to try to stop the development of the knight. I don't know exactly what's happening after rook ad1, but we certainly saw that after king h1, played by Duda, the engine bar immediately switched to black's camp and says that, yeah, I want to be black now.
Because you can't just give up a piece and then make a slight move like king h1. It just feels too slow. And Levon goes for it. He goes bishop d5. You can't take queen d5 because that simply allows black to continue development with knight d5, knight d7, defending that rook. And there's no problem. Then knight f6 will come with a tempo. So knight d5 had to be taken, hitting the queen instead. And he simply moved queen f7. The knight is coming out next. Peter, I'm really struggling to see what Duda's idea was, and I feel king h1 just seemed to lose the thread of what the piece sacrifice was about.
Exactly, because somehow it feels to me like Duda felt like he sacrificed the piece and he needs to start pushing his pawns. Yeah, but the whole point of this sacrifice was definitely not this. This is way too slow, and you are not really creating any pressure with f4. Then black is coming out knight d7, and the queen is also pinned. The pawns are not moving. Black is coming with knight b6 or knight f6, trading off this powerful knight, and then the pawns are going nowhere. So I'm very, very surprised, and I feel that this is very uncharacteristic, because yeah, f4 is played. You sacrifice the piece. You have 30 minutes on the clock, and you don't know how to follow it up. And just to play a move like king h1, he should have spent more time. I think he should have spent more time.
All right, well, it looks like the trouble times continue for Duda in this tournament. Levon, who is so masterful in these kind of positions, I have a feeling if we had to predict a result, we would go for Lev, at least given the current position. Peter, let's move on to another board. Pragnananda against Nodebek, the two youngsters who have been producing fantastic results in this tournament. What is going on here? Nodebek is the world rapid champion. Prag, just 16-year-old, is in form. At least day 2 was really good. Day 1 was an absolute disaster for him. The big question, will both these players be able to continue today? And bishop c8 on the board. Peter, bishop g4 and bishop c8. What is going on in this one?
Exactly. That's what I also thought. Like, is it true? I mean, the last move from black was bishop g4 to c8. I mean, okay, we have to get back to the start to understand how things happened. Because, yeah, it was d4, knight f6. It's clear that it's a Grunfeld, but which Grunfeld? So c5, knight d5, knight a4. What I have noticed already following Praga's games in Vaikanzi, that he's very well prepared. I mean, Prague has done immense work. I also felt like, you know, that the reason why he missed out, in my view, on the World Rapid and Blitz Championship was that he was taking Vaikanzi very, very seriously. And instead of going to the World Rapid Blitz, he preferred to work on his openings. That was my feeling. And actually in his games, we are seeing that he's superbly prepared. Bishop e3, bishop g4, it's something that not very popular. Yeah, it's you can catch your opponent off guard. And the typical move, c7, c5, breaking white's center pawns, center structure, but now there are new dynamics. D takes c5, bishop takes b2, rook b1, bishop c3 check. Looks like, wow, it's sensational. White was not in time to castle, but after king f1, the position is very tricky. And Abdusattorov felt like, you know, that now that white king has moved, I have the right to go back to c8. He also had some trouble protecting the b7 pawn otherwise.
Interesting stuff. So bishop c8, and looks like when black has to make moves like this, white should be able to take advantage of it. Peter, we'll come back to that. There's so much excitement out of the openings. We haven't had a chance to look at Magnus's game, so let's jump to that. He's currently on 5th spot, Leko Tania up against Magnus. Again, these look at first sight, it looks like the kind of endgame. Yes, everything is equal, pawn structure, you know, kind of symmetrical, but white has more piece activity. He shuts down that bishop on a8 with this e4, f3, g2. We call this the Berlin Wall or something like that, just blocking that bishop out. The knights are so much more active. One just gets the feeling that if anyone's playing for an advantage here, it's got to be Liam.
Yeah, it looks like white is slightly better. However, I do recall something like there was a game, Magnus with the white piece against Shakriama Magyalov in Vaikanzi. I do recall something very, very similar. And Magnus from the white side was torturing Shakriar, and I'm not sure if he managed to win it or not. But definitely what I want to say that Magnus knows this type of positions very well. So if he felt like, you know, he can play like this with black, it means that probably things are more or less under control. Of course, the big question is that with a timely knight c5, can you somehow nicely trade off the d3 knight? Because if you can eliminate the d3 knight, and for example, bishop takes c5 comes with a check, and then you will have a chance to bring the bishop to b6, challenging the a5 knight, then automatically one gets the feeling that black should be fine. However, it's probably not so easy to do this. Otherwise, Magnus would have already blitzed out the move knight c5. What do you think? Why is he not playing the move knight c5 yet?
So is bishop f6 that he is something that he could be considering here? But
no. Bishop f6, gf6 is perfectly.
This
is a dream, yeah. This is a dream for black. No, I feel like he might be a little bit worried of some pin with bishop a3, so some sacrifice on c5. I don't know, for example.
If we start with knight c5, you take rook takes d1 after knight c5?
Yes, I take with rook on d1, and I don't see this tactic really working. I mean, really bothering me.
Bishop c5 coming with a check, yeah?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you take with the bishop, I can capture with the rook. Yeah, so I even don't need to allow this rook c5, bishop a3 when black still has knight d7, but maybe this one feels a bit awkward that the bishop on a8 might be a problem. And finally, Magnus goes for knight c5.
So he had a little bit of a think, and then he wants to try and trade off. So at least there's no tactical refutation to this. Can white try and keep the pressure on by not trading pieces and, let's say, jump up with knight e5 here?
Yes, maybe he needs to do this. I mean, definitely, because black is lacking space. So every exchange is more than welcome by black. Yeah, so it's in white's interest to try to keep as many pieces possible. And the move knight e5 is a very, very interesting move because it aims to hit the c6 square. Also, after, for example, rook takes d1 now, probably white can very nicely recapture with the bishop, and black's rook on c8 might be pinned. And black needs to worry about b3, b4. Yeah, knight e5 is the principal move. Certainly.
All right, Liam, having a think and talking about not trading off pieces to keep the pressure on. One game in which we've seen a lot of trades is Vincent against Jan. But after all the trades, it looks like the position that we have, Jan's got an extra pawn. It is an opposite color bishop. Let's jump to that one. Peter, the bishop on d4 definitely gives compensation to white for that pawn that he's lost. But is it enough? Do you think Vincent will be able to hold this endgame?
Well, I mean, I would say that if his king would not be cut on g1, then it would be perfectly fine. The problem is that this bishop on h3 is very, very irritating. Yeah, this bishop on h3, because the king is in a mating net. Yeah, so all kinds of back rank issues. Yeah, imagine white king being on e2, for example. Yeah, then I would be quite confident white holding this without any trouble. But like this, it looks very, very unpleasant. I mean, black will start developing, I mean, the initiative with rook c4 or rook c6, rook a c8, or if you give the chance, of course, rook c2. So I was assuming that white might try to double with rook b2 or rook d2. And because the problem is you can't really fight for the c file, because black will have this move rook c4, yeah, a very, very unpleasant move. So yeah, Vincent in some kind of a trouble here.
And not just the trouble on the board. Take a look at the clock situation. Jan, as characteristically, just blitzing out moves. He's got about 15 minutes on the clock, while Vincent is down to less than 5 minutes. And yes, it's an opposite color bishop endgame, but like you mentioned, because the king is stuck on g1, it could be troublesome. And Jan enters with the rook to c2. Vincent immediately trying to go a4, a5, create an a7 weakness so that he's got a target on the board to be able to attack. I think at some point, he has to try to trade off one of the rooks, because if black manages to double up on the second rank, that can actually be a real mating attack against white's king.
Yeah, he needs to hurry up. And his idea is that, for example, rook a c8 followed by rook c1 would be very, very unpleasant. However, it might turn out that white is in time to take rook d5, and after rook c1 move the bishop. Yeah, for example, bishop to f6. And suddenly the rook from d5 protects the rook on d1. Rook a c8 played, because still
after rook d5, does black have the other option of trying to double up with rook a on the second rank with rook a to rook c2? Does he have enough time for this?
Yeah, this is another very dangerous idea. Yeah, coming rook cc2, but white still
also attacking a4. He's also attacking a4.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I can somehow handle the second rank by pushing easily e4, protecting the f2 pawn. But yeah, you are also hitting the e4 pawn. That's very, very unpleasant. And it seems like white is not in time now to push a4, a5 because of rook c1. Yeah, so.
Wow. Okay. So it looks like Vincent is in deep trouble in this one. Jan continuing to bulldoze his way. Peter, we were talking about wanting white's king on e2. It didn't happen in this game, but it's happened in another game. Prague against Nordebek, a middle game with the queens on the board. And Prague says, my king is absolutely safe on e2. What are you talking about?
Yes, exactly. I mean, okay, he has the initiative because he has a good development. But I mean, black is not coming out with tempo with bishop d7. Yeah, it feels like, okay, still bishop d7, queen b4, and the knight on a5 is still stuck. It's a very sharp position, because the king on e2 is not a problem. White managed to get his rook to d1. Yeah, that's the most important. And yeah, bishop e6 played. However, bishop e6, I felt like maybe somehow this bishop d7, and in fact, even some ideas like sacrificing your pawn, like bishop d7, queen b4, bishop b5, maybe made some sense. I don't know exactly. Bishop b5, ab, queen b5. Maybe it's not enough compensation. I wanted to remove my knight and then use rook a2, but in fact, it's nothing. You can also just take on b7, and rook a2 check is just one little check, king f1, and white probably wins. Yeah, so, okay, this pawn sacrifice is total nonsense. So black played bishop e6 and king f1, but I'm not liking king f1. Probably king f1 with the idea to get bishop to e2, because bishop on d3 is a very, very artificial piece. It disturbs white. but it feels like he's losing the momentum. Rug is losing the momentum.
Oh, wow. And what do you think is going on? You think Nordebek's camera is stuck, or he's absolutely in shock, too much of a shock to move after this king e2, king f1? I think his camera is stuck.
Yeah, he already blitzed out rook fd8. Yeah, he feels like
Yeah.
you really gave me this tempo. Yeah, I'm gonna make good use of it. Now, and king g1. Okay, now I have the feeling that white is playing for safety. I mean, white has given up all the ambitions. I mean, white cannot be better, but he just claims that, okay, I get my king to g1, I'm gonna go bishop e2. My pawn on c5 is very nicely protected. You have a weakness on b7. It should be dynamic equality.
All right, we'll keep an eye out on this one. Meanwhile, lots of developments on the Eric Hansen Anish board. Quite a rich, complex middle game. Not a single minor piece has been traded off. White has control of the center with the e4, d4 pawn. Definitely has more space, but black's knight is headed into c4.
Yeah, it looks quite nice for black, I have to say, because bishop on g7, bishop b7 are perfect. This d6, e6 pawn structure is also very, very flexible against e4, d4 pawns. But b4, that's kind of a surprise. Clearly with the idea knight a4, queen b5, that's the idea of Anish, because it's otherwise, why would you play b4?
But how good is that, Peter? After knight a4, queen b5, can white actually trade and pick up the b4 pawn?
Yeah, but e4 pawn is hanging at the end, yeah? So takes. I mean, if you just take a b4, I take on a4, you take on a5. And I'm expecting that knight takes e4 is the move that Anish wants and claims that he should be fine.
But is this fine? Because after, I don't know, bishop e4, for example, take on c8 and take on d6?
Yeah, that's... I mean, feeling-wise, it's fine. Objectively, maybe not, yeah, because you are hitting this pawn and you also have quite some nice construction from white side. Of course, the bishop on e4 is a wonderful compensating piece, so black should be able to hold this, but certainly it's not the reason why Anish went b5, b4. So what is it that Anish has in mind then? Because there was just no reason. We talked about this, that black can simply play knight c4 and it looks like black is perfectly fine, but instead he goes for this b4. I feel like he's also trying to complicate matters because Eric is low on the clock. Yeah, Eric is down to 3 minutes.
But this is such a forcing line to go into. Knight a4, queen b5 is really the only move. Otherwise, a takes b4. And then he's got to have something after queen b5, a b5, a b4.
Yeah, queen b5. So yes, you take.
Do you just go knight c4 after a takes b4?
Yes, probably that's the idea. Yeah, knight c4.
And after knight c3, there's knight b2.
Knight b2, yeah, that's the trick. Yeah, that's the trick. Knight c4, of course, is the trick. I mean, obviously, Anish has something in mind because there was no reason to go b4. Otherwise, a very tricky move then. A very tricky move.
And Peter, he's down to 2.5 minutes, Eric.
Yeah, very, very unpleasant. I mean, forget about this, that the engine bar says white is slightly better. I mean, white is really concerned, yeah, because this knight a4, queen b5 is very annoying. There is a question. I mean, there is this tactical move. I was immediately trying to think about that. Can I play knight b6? And then after rook c6, play a takes b4. But it's on the board. It's on the board.
So he's gone for queen b5, a b5, knight b6, hitting the rook and also threatening a takes b4. Does black have time to take on a3 or is that crazy?
Yeah, well, it's one of the options, and also rook takes c2 is kind of a tempting option just to sacrifice the exchange and then take on e4 with tempo, but probably the knight is anyway safe on b6, so we're not going to trap this knight. In this case, then b takes a3 very much is the move in the spirit. Yeah, b takes a3.
Knight c8, we've got to look at knight c8 here.
Yes, and then, okay, you definitely want to take a b2.
Rook b1. Or do I give it? There's also knight e7 check, throw in a check. Why not?
Yes, it's there. Yeah, knight. No, Anish goes b3. That's the move. That's the move. Wow, brilliant. Brilliant.
And that makes a lot of sense now, because after knight c8, you take the bishop instead of the knight. And let's just show that line. Knight c8, b takes c2, knight e7 check, king f8, and you win 2 pieces for a rook, because after rook c2, king e7, rook c7 doesn't get you anything. The bishop's defended, you can go rook d7.
Yes, yes. Wow, I mean, it's masterfully played by Anish, and very, very devilish against little time. I mean, when you have just 2 minutes, this is a clear shock. Yeah, now you have to readjust to the situation. Very, very tough. Because if you can't take on c8, then basically everything, probably Eric missed this b3 move in advance. Yeah, he thought like knight a4 takes, knight b6 will be fine. But this is a cold shower now.
He's got to be fast on his feet right now. He's down to a minute and a half. Peter, we'll come back to this. Another player who's down to less than a minute and a half is Vincent against Jan. Again, the opposite color bishop endgame, but he's got his pawn all the way to d6. Black's got a pawn on a3. Very interesting stuff. If d7, Black wants to take bishop d7, rook d7, a2, and after a move like rook a7, he's threatening rook b1 and to queen the a pawn.
Yes, and then this is a technically winning position. So yeah, Vincent needs to react. But how to react? The big question is, yeah, he goes for d7. Because he can take on f7 first. Okay, no, then he escapes. Then Vincent escapes because he can take on f7 with check.
And Jan shaking his head. Jan shaking his head, Peter. Maybe he realized it at this point that this tactic is there, but it doesn't get him anything because he ends up giving up a pawn, and you can see it on his face. He's very disappointed right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just as we thought like d7 is impossible because it will lead to this elementary winning position with the pawn on f7. But without the pawn on f7, this is an elementary draw because there is just no way of making any fortress, and even the clock situation will not really matter for Vincent. So there is all the chances to escape. Incredible miss by Jan.
And Vincent knows this is his opportunity. He completely sat up, focused now. He knows that he is down an exchange, but this is a completely holdable position because he has the pawn. Jan's king cannot enter anywhere, and they're just repeating. They might just repeat at this moment, Peter. No, Jan is going to fight.
Yeah, Jan will already out of frustration, yeah, because okay, he felt like this point was already in the bag, yeah. 14 minutes time advantage, total control, technically winning position, a nightmare position for White to defend with this bishop on h3. All these mating nets, the pass a pawn. Of course, his only idea is trying to get the king somehow to e2, but the point is that whenever the king moves too far, then White will just break with f3, f4, trades the pawns, and it will be an elementary draw. Another issue that maybe also White will try to play h4 after king c4. Okay, it looks very, very drawish.
And I think what you mentioned about the 14 minutes, that's exactly what happened with Jan. The moment he needed to slow down and actually calculate the line after a2, he rushed it as he has been through the entire game. And that was the moment that the win slipped out of his hands.
Yeah, definitely. And okay, we have to move, yeah, because here we assume that
big turnaround, Peter, big turnaround on the Duda board. I see that something has happened and Duda is now completely winning.
Well, completely is maybe an exaggeration because it's such a sharp, according to engine bar, yes, but he's down to 30 seconds. If his pawn would be on h3, it would be an elementary win, or pawn on g3, but with these back rank issues and few seconds on the clock, he needs to be a machine.
But is it that hard to actually just sort out these problems right now? Okay, rook f4, you can't take queen f4 because of the back rank weakness. He goes rook e8 and maybe this, but rook e8, king 8, and he goes
yeah,
queen
but
c4.
king h7, yeah, exactly. Rook e8, king h7, and look at this. Now the engine bar already gives clear advantage for black. Maybe rook. I mean, this is insane. Bishop e3, bishop e3 is possible.
Oh my god.
Yeah, bishop e3 is not possible, and it might just win the game on the spot.
Okay, so what is going on after bishop e3? The point is you move the queen and then black picks up the rook on e8.
Yes, and bishop e3 on the board.
Wow. This is a very off Duda, I feel. To fall into this rook e8, queen c1 and missing bishop e3 is just, it's very uncharacteristic of Duda.
Yeah, he's definitely not in shape, especially because we know that he's so incredibly strong with few seconds on the clock. And yeah, now he goes for this rook takes d8 and he's shaking his head and he's very, very unhappy because this is hopeless. With the pawn on a7, it's just totally hopeless. Wow, what a dramatic moment.
This was really quite a topsy-turvy moment. I mean, We have to see probably at the end of it what was the right way for white to handle that. Rook e8 was a big blunder by Duda, but we saw the eval bar. It was completely winning there. We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, Ding Liren and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov that game has ended in a draw. Peter, do you want to jump to another game?
Yes, definitely. Let's take a look at Hans Niemann against Andrei Yasipenko. What is happening here? A very, very complex endgame, but it looks like if someone, then only black can be better. This knight on e5 is a wonderful piece. White's pawn structure is compromised. The only good news is that he has this knight on b6. And if black's pawn would be on a7, then it would be terrible for white. But with knight on b6 and with this pawn chain, it looks like it could be holdable. It could be just maybe even dynamic equality, but I think it's nicer to be black.
Peter, speaking about being nicer for black, I can't believe it, but I think Magnus has done it again. I don't know if it's a winning advantage, but it looks like if anyone's trying in this position with that H pawn, which maybe can be potentially converted into a passed pawn. Are there some tricks of a zugzwang here where the knight on c5 can't move because Magnus's king will come to e4? The king on c3 is stuck, stopping king c4. Does Magnus have real chances in this position to win it?
Yeah, definitely. Very, very nice chances. I mean, I kept an eye on it, and for already the last 5-6 moves, I already felt like it's going Magnus's way. But yeah, this one is looking now like the best position because it's exactly as you mentioned, the Zugzwang is a problem. Yeah, king d3, bishop f5 check. You have to decide where to go with the king. Of course, you cannot allow king c4. You have to go king c3. But now if it's white to move, then you are in real trouble. Yeah, g6 played. If the knight moves, then black king enters on e4. If you move the king, then black enters to c4. The bishop beautifully dominating the knight on...
Unbelievable, Peter.
Yes.
When we saw this out of the opening, we thought white had full controls with those knights jumping on the board, knight on a5, rook c1, rook d1. And yes, this is the Magnus touch of his endgame play. And he's found a way in. And the point is after king e4, knight d6 is what he wants to do, but king f3. And you lose these. Once Magnus gets the h passer, a knight is such a horrible fighter against the h passer.
Yeah, it's just winning. I mean, yeah, king e4 on the board. Knight d6 check has to be played, but after king f3, basically, you know that's it. Yeah, knight b5, king g3, and you cannot, you are just losing any race.
How does he always do this against the very best players in the world?
Well, I also feel like, people are a little bit afraid. Yeah, they also know that, yeah, Magnus is so strong, and maybe when they make the first slight inaccuracy afterwards, they get too nervous. Yeah, it's easily the case against someone else. They would think like, okay, no problem, nothing happened. But then you feel like Magnus immediately using that momentum and builds up some pressure, and then he keeps on grinding you. Yeah, and then it's very, very unpleasant. And in this regard, I feel like, there was this game between Magnus in the Norwegian league where a 24-50 player saved the bad position against Magnus, because when the 24-50 player has a bad position in endgame, he's super happy. I have a chance to make a draw against Magnus Carlsen. Maybe I just, he's playing his game of his life to try to hold the position. The top player feels already very unpleasant that I got outplayed again. Yeah, so completely different psychology there. And yeah, Magnus does it again.
Very interesting. And in fact, fun fact, that game that he drew with the 2400 plus player in the Norwegian league cost him all the rating points that he had gained from Tata Steel Masters. He lost all of that in that one game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a total nightmare for Magnus. I really felt sorry for him. Announcing his ideas of reaching 2900 and then having this game, and he has just won the Tata Steel, and not just winning, by +5. He was demolishing all his direct concurrents. Yeah, he beat everyone on the top of the table in Vaikanzi with brilliant performance. Yeah, this is how chess rating goes. Yeah, then one little game and it costs you all these incredible efforts.
All right, let's take a look at some forcing lines here, because knight d6, the first move I want to look at, Peter, is what happens if black actually grabs the f4 pawn? Can Magnus go pawn hunting in this, pick up that last pawn and say that my king is coming back in time?
Yeah, so king f4, probably white will try to push b5 anyway.
King e5, we've got to go.
King e5, you gotta go. But psychologically, yeah, it might not be so easy from black side also to go for this, yeah, because suddenly
He has to calculate, no? I mean, he's got 6 minutes on the clock.
yeah, I mean, he had 8 when he started, yeah, so he's already calculating for quite some time, which also shows that it's not that trivial, yeah. We see the engine bar saying it's completely lost. For engines, it's very, very easy to calculate all this till the very end. I'm even not sure that, you know, this is the main move that Magnus is calculating. He might be thinking like, maybe I just going to move the bishop and then I'm going to
d7?
push, yeah, for example, bishop d7, you push the pawn, I push the pawn, you push the pawn, I go bishop c6, and then after b7, I will sacrifice the bishop and then promote my pawn. Yeah, it's a very logical way of calculating.
But I have a
However,
question. Peter,
yes.
after move, bishop d7, your move on the board, and I was just wondering if here white can actually go for something like f5. Or maybe not, you just take on f5 and after b5 you go f4.
Yes, but maybe actually you have to try to distract the opponent with the move f4, f5. But my feeling is, and also engine bar confirms, yeah, that black is completely winning. Yeah, bishop d7 is a very natural move.
Bishop d7 was the right way to go, and of course Magnus finds it. Peter, can we just, so we can conclude that this one is in Magnus's bag?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
All right, one interesting position which we haven't had a look at this game is Alexandra versus Artemiev. Wow, this looks like a crushing attack on Kostyuk.
Well, it looks very, very dangerous. I mean, black has these two incredible knights. Yeah, knight on c5 blockading, knight on e5 joining the party for an attack. It's very, very shaky, but we see the engine bar, and the engine bar says, you know what, it's not that bad. The question is, can you play queen f2? That would be the move that comes to mind, no?
Some happy news for you, Peter. There was peaceful result on your students. Both Vincent and Jan-Krzysztof have drawn their game. That was a tough one for Vincent, but that one oversight by Jan. Very often with Jan, his biggest strength of playing fast often turns out to be that one weakness where he tends to miss some tactics. We've seen that happen time and time again, and I think this game was another example of that, with him rushing with the a-pawn. Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, it looked like he's just winning. Definitely draw is the result that I hoped for, you know, but there was way too much excitement and it didn't look like a smooth draw at all. But now let's see what Alexandra is doing. Yeah, she's fighting to get her first point, and Artemiev is very low on the clock. Yeah, he's down to 35 seconds. He has wonderful compensation. Yeah, he stabilizes the knight now on c5, so both knights are very well protected. However, white is super solid. Yeah, white also has some d4 squares, for example, for the rook. Knight can, after, I'm assuming the rook d4, yeah, it's a move that you want to play. In this case, maybe the knight can jump to d5 because you are controlling the, no, rook d5 on the board. I preferred rook d4 and maybe knight d5. That was my construction. Eventually some rook f4 as well, using all the control of those squares. Rook d5, queen e7 back. e4. Well, I understand it. Yeah, Alexandra wants to create some space, try to give luft for the queen, but I don't feel like this queen wants to move, because after queen e3, maybe f2 check, rook f3 might be some terrible invasion from black's camp and hitting the weakness on g3. Black goes g5. Peter, because this is not the most important game for our current standings, it is a very interesting middle game. We will come back to it, but can we just quickly jump back to the Magnus game, because it looks like the knight is trying to find its way back to the pawn. I see the evaluation bar says it's still completely winning for Magnus. What happens after a move like knight f5 or knight g6? Does white have any chance at all of making it back to the pawn, or is it just trivial for black right now?
No, not at all trivial. I mean, certainly with white, you feel like you have a chance. Yeah, you don't know the engine evaluation. You feel like there is a chance that I can somehow stop this h pawn. The problem is not so easy to achieve, because Black's bishop is very powerful. So if you play knight f5, however, let's see, he opted for, Leko Tania went for f5. It was the only chance. You had to break this structure, gf5, b5, and Magnus went for this. So actually Magnus judged that this should be, and Leko Tania down to 10 seconds. Going knight g6.
And now the bishop attacks the knight. So you go bishop e8.
Yeah, that's what we are kind of expecting. So knight e5 check is
King g3.
Kind of natural. King g3, and the question is, how do you stop? There's no way, because you need to rush with the king, but Black will also have some bishop h5 move. Also h3, knight f3 looks winning, because the knight cannot maintain the f3 position for long. Bishop h5, and you can
it's also the right square.
You can do something like this, but you will be zugzwang after bishop f3. Knight h4 check on the board. So white fights like this.
So knight h4 played, and black has to move the king. So king g3, white wants to go knight f5.
Yes, king g3, definitely knight f5.
And black has to try and attack the knight. I mean, it's either king g3 or king g4.
Also the problem for white is that the corner is correct. So if white has no idea of sacrificing the knight just like that and trying to reach the corner with the king, this is
this is a very important point, because otherwise white could just ignore the threat on the knight and bring the king back. After knight h4, Peter, can we just take a look at some lines here? For example, king g4, let's say, attacking the knight.
So I have to go knight g2.
King g3.
King g3, then knight e3.
And somewhere you'll have to get the bishop.
It's on the board. It's on the board. You might just play bishop d7.
Bishop d7. Bishop d7.
Okay, white still has this knight f1 resource at the end, so you cannot just blindly push the pawn, but because if you reach here, white will have knight f1 safety, but of course you will not get it. You first push the pawn and then you shoulder the king, and with this powerful bishop, it should be manageable.
So if king e1 here, what's the move? h3 anyway,
h3,
right?
Because
king
king
f1
f1.
you can't go.
Yes, so knight f1, and okay, now black just goes king g2, king g1 after knight is the check.
Wow, Magnus and his technique. Magnus doing Magnus things in this one. Meanwhile, Anish Giri has won his game against Eric Hansen. Peter, you were absolutely on point. That move b3 completely, I think, shakes up Eric's composure, and he was down on the clock, and it was a bit of a collapse after that.
There was, practically speaking, there was no way of holding that position.
Let's jump over to the Hans Asipenko game. This one's going to end in Magnus's favor.
Well, this Andrei is winning. So Hans is having a very tough time. I mean, this yesterday's mouse slip at the end of the day, I think was also hurting. Now the point is that he goes rook d2, rook d5. Rook takes d5, e d5, and rook f3 check, rook f8. That's it. Just in time to come back. And Asipenko wins.
A very important point for Asipenko to start on this high note. And we've got, all right, let's go back to the Magnus board. I think it's about, and it's a zugzwang, Peter. It's just the zugzwang.
Yes. Basically now it's time to design. This bishop on b5 is such a monster piece.
No square for the king. The knight has to move from defense, and Leko Tania just having last moment thinks if there are any tricks possible, but with bishop a6, it's now a zugzwang, and he resigns. Peter, let's quickly jump to the only remaining game. Kostanuik down to a minute. Artemiev with less than 20 seconds on the clock.
Less than 20 seconds. And look at this. White achieved everything that white could dream of. The king blockades the pawn. The queen, white's queen is active. She managed to fix the king side. Black's last move, knight c5, d7, basically signals that something went wrong. On the other hand, let's not forget that also Alexander is going low on the clock. Queen d2, queen e7 blitzed out. Lot of tension. Lot of tension here. Black is still super solid. I mean, with this time control, black is probably dreaming of some knight f6. And if the rook ever comes back to d4, then maybe some queen c5, pinning the rook, and then knight takes e4 ideas are coming. With few seconds on the clock, this is very, very murky stuff.
It's such a complex game right now with this knight on e5, this pawn on f3, blocked by that king on f2. So queen e7 on the board, Peter. And I think in these kind of moments, players down to seconds, they're relying a lot on their intuition to make a move. What do you think are the kind of moves that are coming to Alexandra's mind right now? How can she keep the balance in this position?
Well, it's not easy. And we see she's down to 12 seconds. She's down to 12 seconds.
Yeah. Hitting that rook. Maybe
queen e3.
She goes rook b5, attacking the b6 pawn.
Yes, but now if suddenly black gets active, black breaks through, then knight d7. The e4 pawn is falling. Knight d5, not just knight takes d5. It looks like black.
I think she wants to go rook d5, so that rook e4, but rook e4 is possible. You don't have rook d7.
Yeah, but also knight f6 is possible. Yeah, so basically just knight takes d5 seems to be almost winning. Yeah, rook d5, knight f6. Yeah, that's it.
But if knight e4 comes in, then it's all over.
Yeah, now in fact, the very big question is maybe with black, you don't even take the rook because then cd5 keeps on. Maybe you take on e4 and you just
e4.
try to enter.
So tempting to go knight e4 and trying to break into white's king defenses.
Yes.
Because knight d5, cd5, I think still gives white some chances to hold on with the b6 pawn under attack as well. He goes for knight e4.
Yeah, he goes for it, and now rook e2 comes next. Yeah, that's it. There is no way to survive. This is checkmate. I think it's checkmate by force. Or you have to lose the queen. Yeah, queen c3, rook e2. And then king f1, rook f2 check, and this is just, king f1, rook f2, queen e2, and checkmate.
Probably after rook f2, you have to go king g1, and then there's rook g2 with the same ideas.
Yeah, basically that's it.
But this was such a close game as well, Peter. Alexandra was fighting so well and had a good position till that collapse when, with these seconds and not being able to keep the nerves under control then.
Yeah, well, it's very, very tough, because these guys are, Artyomiev is also such a monster with few seconds on the clock and complicated position, double edge position. These guys are so hard to fight against. So Alexandra put up an incredible fight. We have also seen that while she had time, she had like 1-2 minutes in this complicated position. She defended very well, and even maybe Artyomiev was taking too much risk at some point. Objectively speaking, the engine was showing advantage for Alexandra, but the position was way too complicated and complex that there was no safety for white.
Yeah, it's very difficult. And even yesterday, she has such a great position against Esipenko. I think the score she has says nothing about the kind of chess and the kind of fight that she's been putting up on the board. Very often, till the very last moments, actually having a good position. But then it's so hard to hold on in an online format with seconds on the clock. And this was the final game of our round one. Let's take a look at how the results went. Let's bring up our scorecard after round 9. And we have it. So we've had 5 decisive games. I think every round in this event, we've had more decisive games than the number of draws. The entire aspect of changing the format, changing the scoring system, the incentives with the prize money, it's really shown to be extremely effective. In this one, it was Vladislav Artyomiev, Andrei Esipenko, Magnus, Anish, and Levon scoring big wins, while Prag Nordebek ended in a draw, Ding Shak ended in a draw, and to Peter's relief, Vincent Yan also ended in a draw. Peter, this is what our standings are going into round 10. And Jan Nepomniachtchi is still keeping quite a big margin in the lead. It's 3 points for a win. Well, he's got 20 in all. Andrei Esipenko behind him at sole second spot. Esipenko's really caught up after some of the shaky starts that he had in day 2. He's at 17 points. The world champion behind him, Ding Liren, at 16 points, along with Magnus. And then we've got three players. Anish has also played catch up, as he calls it. Levon Aronian, Eric Hansen, and Anish Giri at 15. I think for Eric, it's super important. He had a rough game against Anish to really just calm down after that and to forget what's happened there. With the white pieces, it's always tough to take in that loss. But if he has to keep his chances alive in this brutal format, super important to see how he keeps the nerves under control. And Peter, your prodigy, Vincent, in the top 8.
Yeah, but okay, this top 8 means nothing at the moment. Yeah, you have to be top 8 at the end of the preliminaries. And we see that basically every round, anything can happen. Also, I think it's quite a sensation. And I believe it never happened that we had 5 wins and all 5 wins were achieved by black. Yeah, this is quite a sensation. I was first, counting that, yeah, one game won by black, another game, and then it turned out that all the games were won by black. I can't recall any of it. It also shows the incredible fight and that basically having the white pieces doesn't guarantee you any safety. Yeah? It's when it comes down to brutal fighting, then it doesn't really matter which color you play.
Well, 3 big games coming up. Peter, we've got a couple of minutes before the next round starts. The one moment that I really wanted to take you back to was the Levon Duda game. There was that moment when we had rook takes f4 and the queen on f1 was attacked. And then Levon made this, Duda made this move, rook e8 check, that loses on the spot. But we remember the engine saying that that was his big chance. And white was, in fact, winning. Maybe you can just take us through and we can see what went wrong there.
Yes, but now suddenly I just moved backwards and suddenly I noticed that how did we reach that position? That already tells something. I mean, it's total madness. And how do you navigate with few seconds on the clock on things what happened here? So knight e6 forking both rooks, but black is jumping with knight e3 forking the queen and the rook. White goes queen e2, Levon takes on f1, and after the move queen takes f1, you know that black can actually make any move and probably he is perfectly safe and probably slightly better. I mean, for example, just move the rook, you have to take on f8, you capture back. Yes, white has a lot of pawns, but black is definitely perfectly safe. And Levon came up with this brilliant queen takes e6. So actually, yes, the engine was saying that at this moment, white is supposedly completely winning thanks to some incredible move. But Levon probably felt like he's winning in a brilliant way. And Duda also had the feeling that, yeah, Levon just played brilliantly. So unless we get the news, what engine really thinks here, I don't know that we can find something that these 2 incredible players didn't.
Okay, I have a question here, Peter. Rook f4, rook e8 doesn't work. The first thing that comes to mind is why did Lev feel he's so winning if white just moves the queen? Again, of course, it's hard to come up with a square, but let's just make a move like queen to a1. What is black's idea that is dangerous for white here? After
well, I thought that I just gonna double on the f file and rook f1 check is just unstoppable. Yeah, because you can't play king g1. This bishop on b6 is controlling it. If you open, I already give rook f1 check, and the game is won. I kind of now wonder if
this gives me an idea. What about the move queen to c1 instead? I simply want to put pressure on the f4 rook and meet rook f8 with rook e8.
Yes, exactly. So now the same rook f8 is met by rook e8. However, the question is what happens if I do exactly the same that, now you can take
queen e3.
But queen still, e3, it's not the end because I give check and then I come rook d1. I mean,
it's the end for white.
Yeah, this just shows that, okay, with few seconds on the clock, I mean, how can you navigate? And I mean, we are not computers, yeah.
And queen c1, bishop e3. This is very interesting because it still looks now if white goes on any other square, you have your threat of rook f8 coming up.
Exactly. Exactly.
Wow.
It seems like, I mean,
maybe someone in chat can help us, or perhaps a producer Tad can tell us what it is that after rook f4 was the move for white, because there was something according to the eval bar, but it's so impossible to find. And imagine we can't find it, analyzing it, Peter, on the board in seconds. How are you going to find it?
Yeah, it's very, very tough. But also when you play the game and your opponent does it, yeah, and then you say, oh my God, yeah, the guy is a genius, yeah, I missed this idea or something, yeah, then very, very difficult to understand that actually you can fight, because you feel like you see all the dangers, you see all the problems for yourself. Yeah, that you see all these motives that we have been discussing, that, oh my God, here I'm getting checkmated, then I'm losing brilliantly. And we get a tweet that Queen E2 is the move.
And chat is also telling us, Peter, that Queen E2. And in fact, we have a tweet that I think it was by Levon himself. We'll try and get the tweet up, but Queen E2 is the defense here. And
yes,
the point is that after Rook F8, you simply create a luft for the king.
Yeah, of course. I mean, basically, these are the typical stuff that when you see the move, it all makes sense. And also the whole point is that now you are, for example, against something like Rook D2, you have Rook E8 check, King H7, Queen H5 checkmate, for example, coming up. Yeah, so.
And what about, for Rook F2, you've got Queen C4, is it? No, what about Rook F2?
Yeah, Rook F2. Good. I think this is the line that I calculated during the game. Yeah, because Queen E2 was my kind of first thought, and yeah, exactly. Rook F2 bothered me, and then Duda went Rook E8, and I thought, yes, okay, so that's why he did
Peter,
it.
we're wrong. Apparently, it's Rook E8, King H7, and then Queen E2.
Oh wow! Yes, exactly. Because Queen E2, Rook F2 was just winning for me, yeah, during the game. But Rook E8 check. So Rook E8 was brilliant. King H7 and now Queen E2. Okay, stunning.
Amazing stuff. And the difference is that now you got Queen H5 after Rook takes E8. And this was Levon's tweet. We really need Shakhtin, a fool for chess. My brilliant combination would win any stupidity. Oh, wow. He says that he saw Queen E2 immediately after he played it with Rook E8, King H7. But Duda did not. And that's what mattered at the end.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, but what a beauty. Yeah, it's and also what a swindle. Yeah, because of course, yeah, Levon got lucky that he also missed Queen E2 from distance. Yeah, he thought that what he's doing, he's winning, and sometimes you feel your confidence of your opponent that okay, and you believe him, and then your brain is not working. Wow, what a sensational finish here.
Amazing stuff. And the fact that the move order is so important, because Queen E2 first allows Rook F2, but Queen E2 has to be played after Rook E8. Thank you to everyone in chat who pointed out that this is the right move order and showed us the way. And it just goes to show how tricky it is. And Levon, he actually found it, Peter, as soon as he played it.
Yeah, this is how it works. Exactly at the moment you play it, you see that, oh my God, I missed it. Yeah, it's the typical way of. And in such moments, you pray. Yeah, that's the only thing you can, and try to keep your poker face, because if you start shaking your head or give the sign that, oh my God, I blundered something, then your opponent immediately loses this feeling of, oh my God, I blundered something. You immediately look for possibilities to escape, and then you might spot it. Yeah, this is the mind game, and a lot of psychology involved as well.
A lot of psychology involved for these 16 players who are on our screen. Well, right now 14 as Leko Liam and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Well, now they've taken their seats. We're ready to go. We're about to lift off. Let's quickly bring up our pairings going into round 10 of the preliminaries. And here we have it. Vladislav up against Levon, Shak against Duda, Anish against Ding. Wow, Peter, some hot matchups here. Magnus plays Eric. Wow, that one I'm excited about as well. Nodebek against Liam, Esipienko against Prag, and Jan with Hans Kostanjuk against Vincent, Peter.
Yeah, I think the game of the round is probably Anish Giri against Ding Liren. Because Anish started his comeback. I mean, his catch-up is taking fire, and he's already there. Yeah, he's in a comfortable situation, and wow, he goes for this line in the Reti against Ding Liren. Castles E5 D3. I assumed that, okay, so Anish is now comfortable with his score, so he will play instead of castles, he will play symmetrical with d4 and try to get some slight initiative or little pressure. But no, he goes for this castles e5 d3 stuff, which leads usually to very complicated games. What else do we have? Magnus Carlsen against Eric Hansen. This is a classical Spanish. And the big question is, yeah, now Eric Hansen, has to decide, and he's thinking. I mean, why is he thinking? Usually, if you already play Spanish, you decide beforehand what you're going to play. I mean, I somehow feel like what happened in this game, Duda between Eric Hansen, it felt like it was some Breyer structure, but I'm not sure from which move order did they reach it. Why is Eric thinking? That's the very, very big question at the moment. Why is he thinking? All right, so let's take a look while Eric is thinking about another game, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Hans Niemann. What do we have here? E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop C4, knight F6, D3, H6. Wow, okay, so Hans is going for this D6, G5 kind of ideas. What did Jan do? Knight C3, D6, D4, and bishop G4. Wow, I have never seen this position in my life. I haven't seen this position in my life. This bishop G4 is already kind of logical, but that white is immediately so quickly with knight C3, D4 getting the center. It looks kind of nice for white. And hang on, I cannot believe there should be some disconnect or something from Eric's side, that after H3 he's taking his time. I mean, he knows exactly that time is of essential importance, and I cannot believe that he's still thinking.
Yeah. Sorry, Peter, I lost my connection for a bit and I'm back, and I completely agree with you that in this format, H3, which is of course the move which is played, it has something to do with the technical stuff. He has to decide. I mean, this is not something he thinks. He's back. He's gone for knight A5, bishop C2, and the C5 line.
Yeah, it's going to be the Chigodin line.
And Peter, crazy stuff on the Asipienko Prague board. Prague has gone G6, G5. Let's quickly jump to that, because in the opening phase, Black has taken 3 moves to get that pawn to G4. Please, let's take this from the start, because G6, G5, G4, you don't get to see that every day from Black.
Yeah, and I'm also not liking it. I have to say, I'm not liking it. Let's see how it happened. But yeah, castles, bishop G7, rook E1, E5, bishop takes C6, D takes C6. So more or less fairly standard stuff. A4, and Prague goes G5. I mean, I don't believe in this G5. Sorry, I may be too old-fashioned, but I feel like it's not the move. D3, G4, knight FD2. Bishop E6. I mean, usually this G5, G4 is very, very nice if white knight is not able to come to D2. Yeah, if it's forced to E1, it makes perfect sense. But okay, Andrei playing the move knight C4 so slightly surprises me. So basically, it means that Andrei believes that if Black trades on C4, then this endgame gives him chances. Okay, there is this, for example. Okay, what I'm talking about is, if we trade everything, the only weakness that I see is the F5 square. So basically in the long run, white's knight, I don't know if via this route or via D1, E3, but it can try to target the F5 weakness, and it will be very, very unpleasant for Black if that knight lands there.
Also, the pawn structure makes Black's bishop a lot worse than White's bishop. You've got all this E5, C5 stuff. So I think it's sort of a long-term advantage that White would have, and it would be a grind that Asipienko is looking at, and happy to do it. Peter, we'll come back to this, but I know you said that you don't enjoy G6, G5, G4, but I can tell you for the audience, this is exactly the kind of chess that we love seeing. It just makes things more exciting. But of course, if it goes into the end game, this could be just bad news for Black. Peter, let's move on and take a look at Shak against Duda. There's bishop E6 on the board. Let's have that position on the screen and admire it for a bit.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, it basically shows to me, signals to me that since Shakliar is already out of the race, first of all, he's very, very aggressive. So he wants to, I mean, he's not out. He's out if he doesn't start winning. Yeah. So he goes for desperate measures. But I mean, is this preparation? Is what happened here? Let's take a look, because
15 minutes on the clock. He's 15 minutes on the clock. It's hard to imagine that it's over the board inspiration with having the same amount of time that you started with. And both these players are a bit on tilt. The way the tournament has gone, they need to really start scoring and doing desperate times, call for desperate measures. And I have a feeling that this game is an echo of that sentiment.
yes, definitely. I mean, it also reminds me of some of these Vienna pawn sacrifices, but both sides have one extra move. The black's pawn is on c6 and white's pawn is on a4. Otherwise, everything looks very, very similar. Then knight takes f7, king f7, bishop takes e6. Wow, I mean,
that's 2 minor piece sacrifice. We've got to look at some lines. Okay, first question: what happens if black gets greedy, captures the other bishop? Queen to e6, queen to b3 check. King d6 is impossible because bishop g3 loses on the spot. So the king will have to march all the way to f5. Let's just show that. King d6, bishop g3 looks like disaster. So what happens after king f5? There has to be checkmate. Peter, like you say, if this isn't mate, nothing is.
well, yes, but here actually, I'm not so sure that this is mate. Yeah, Duda takes king e6.
Wow, he's taken king e6, then it's definitely not mate.
Well, I mean, okay, queen b3 check, king f5 on the board. I see that, okay, white is probably not risking because he can play queen c2 check, and probably I'm too insane to go to g4, so I have to go back to e6. Yeah, queen c2 check, played king e6 is on the board, and
is this
now
going to be a repetition?
Well, if black gets time to go back to f7, then black will win. So you have queen g6 move, stopping king f7, or to give the perpetual. Yeah, there are no other ways to play this position.
Queen g6 is quite a juicy move because once again, you can't run away king d6 because there's bishop g3 and rook e1 is a major threat.
Yeah, this is what I'm expecting. I mean, it's clearly Shakhriyar's territory. I mean, he loves all these things. The line that I very, very quickly calculated, no, he goes queen b3 check.
Oh, wow. This is going to be so anticlimactic if he does go for a draw here.
Well, let's see. Maybe he's just fooling around and goes
And
queen
now
g6.
we might have queen g6.
Yeah, I mean, let's try to understand what's happening. I mean, the first move that came to my mind was knight f8, trying to evacuate squares. Yeah, so for example, after rook f1 check, I go king d7.
Let's give, and now after queen f5, king c7, bishop g3, you have bishop d6.
Yes. I mean, basically, you probably have to take on g or try to go queen f7, but I don't see it because I'm coming closer. Yeah, with queen e8. It doesn't seem to work. And queen take g7, I always have rook h7 joining the defense with the tempo. So maybe white needs to take the draw. White might needs to take the draw.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda doesn't look worried about his king position at all. He's in chill zone right now. King e6 at the...
Yeah, what I wanted to say that, yeah, I mean, he's 2 pawns up. White doesn't have so many pieces. Yeah, it's not like all the pieces are jumping on black's king. So in this regard, you feel like it would not be justice if this would be checkmate. Yeah.
Very interesting moment. Queen g6 means it's just game on, and queen b3, the play zone immediately stops the game.
Queen b3, yeah, and it stopped. Yeah, queen b3 check. Wow, I mean, okay, it was very interesting. Maybe the whole bluff consisted of the fact that it looked dangerous to take on e6, and Shakhriyar was hoping that maybe the opponent will play something like king f8, and then he can play for a wonderful compensation for the sacrificed piece. And I think that what was it all about, because yeah, after king e6, white had to take the draw.
All right, that looked like it was going to be a bit of fun, but turned out to be, well, not so much fun. Let's move on to another game. Jan Napamnushi, Hans Niemann, another game that promises to be fun.
Yeah, so this actually looks like some kind of a Philidor, but we know that it was not Philidor, it was Steinitz, it was Italian. It started out as an Italian, but very quickly it went into something completely different. Yeah, with this h6, knight c3, d6, d4, white switched. Wow, I mean, yeah, Hans Niemann, I mean, losing so many games in a row, I feel like it had an impact. It had an impact on Hans. because this is not the Hans that we have seen at the beginning of the tournament, when he was so super confident. He felt he had the flow and everything came so natural to him. Now this position looks like some kind of a disaster. Queen b3, bishop e7, rook g1. He's not able to castle, because castles runs into bishop takes h6, winning. So he has to weaken the position. Now long castle, he still can't castle because there is also this. I mean, just to show that after castles, even rook take g6 is possible due to the pin along the a to g8 diagonal. So there is no castles anymore. b5, bishop d4. The rook had to move, and now the king is stuck forever on e8.
Oh, this really looks like an absolute nightmare. And you can look at Hans Niemann. He knows that it's won. He just doesn't know how he got into this mess. And there are also all these ideas, Peter, of even getting your knight to d5. At some point, you can trade on f6, bring that knight to d5. This king on e8 just stuck there forever. It's quite a disaster.
It looks like a complete disaster. Yeah, this is terrible, because the king cannot even run anywhere, because king d7 might run into some e5, knight d5, knight takes d5, e d5 might also still be a total horror. I mean, after queen c4, some queen e3, and the king is kind of stuck. But of course, one needs to be careful, because if suddenly the king runs away and you coordinate the pieces, then it's kind of tricky. But of course, white just needs to calm down and cash in, because this is a free roll.
Yeah, rook f8. I mean, when you have to make opening moves like rook f8, you know that things have gone terribly wrong. And it's quite a pity, because Hans started the tournament phenomenally well, and then a little bit of a shaky day yesterday. And today, again, he's kind of not able to find his rhythm. And Jan, he's just in such beast mode. I don't imagine him messing this up.
Yeah, one of the problems is also that, for example, after a move like rook g1, the very tempting move queen c4, trading the queens, actually runs into queen takes c4, b takes c4, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight d5, with double attack on the bishop and on the pawn on c7. So even there are such problems. Maybe, of course, here black can try to go for bishop h4, but I mean, this position also looks...
Knight c7, knight a6, just pick up all the pawns.
Yeah, and the knight will reroute itself to the desired d5 square. So yeah, it's looking very, very bad.
All right, so this one looks like a tough one that went wrong from the start for Jan. We'll come back to this, Peter. We were talking about, well, the game that caught your attention, the pairing that caught your attention, Anish versus Ding, a big matchup. But I have to say, looking at the position, absolutely symmetrical pawn structure. It looks like both players are saying that, you know what, we're okay if this ends with a draw.
No, don't be fooled, Anish is only enjoying himself. He has it's symmetrical position, but he has pawn on c3 versus the knight on c6. Yeah, so black's knight is kind of dominated. White has this knight on c4. If you ask Anish, he will tell you, wow, give me this position. I mean, this is the best position I can ever dream of in the reti. And slowly he has all the ideas of maybe advancing a4, b4 on the queen side. Black needs somehow to try to trade this knight d7, knight b6, try to trade this knight on this monster from c4.
Peter, I'm just going to put it in that Jan just went for the idea that you were mentioning. He took the knight on f6 and played knight d5. Not sure if it was great or not, but I'm happy.
Yeah, he went for knight d5, bishop h8. Yeah, it's also so pleasing, yeah, to have this monster knight on d5. I'm expecting f4, f4 on the board.
And does he want to break with f5 next, or keeping e5 in the air? What is the break that he's looking at? Or he's just going to threaten both and say, if you go king d7, I'll go e5.
Yeah, well, also king d7 runs into queen h3 check. Yeah, that's what he also opened up. Yes.
Queen h3 is very nice, which actually is possible because you made the move f4. One might think that f4 has all these ideas of a central break, but it also opens up this queen transfer all the way to the other side of the board.
And look at this, queen c4. Basically now Hans just gives 2 pawns to not get checkmated, but this is now hopeless because the knight comes back to b4 and 2 pawns and the better position.
This is the line you were suggesting, but Hans did not even win the f2 pawn in this case.
Exactly. Yeah. No, this is just.
All right, let's move on from this one, Peter. And as you were mentioning, the one with Anish. So you think that the position, though it looks well symmetrical, Anish has a long-term grind plan with this b4 a4 attack.
Yes. So after b4, b5 was immediately played. Yeah, black had to play b5 because if white gets both moves in, yeah, give me one more move a4, and I would already be claiming that white is almost winning because you just cannot hold on to this position. But the problem was that if I start with a4, you have a5, you have the thematic blockading pawn, and then I'm not getting b4 in. So Anish went for b4 and now b5, knight b2. Anish is trying to break the structure with a4, and after a6, looking to target the b5 pawn with bishop f1. And it will be all about this weakness on b5 plus. White also will have this nice rerouting after bishop f1, knight d3, heading to the c5 square. So there are all kinds of very, very nice tempting options for Anish.
That's very interesting that, so many times visually a position looks like this can't be too dangerous for a player. But Peter, when you break it down and explain, then the entire evaluation changes and everything makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and look at the evaluation bar. I did not even notice yet, but the evaluation bar also seems to believe that, yeah, it's lot of trouble for black. And in a rapid game, this is a terrible task to defend such positions. I mean, basically the move that comes to mind is knight b8. I mean, you need to move this knight.
Peter, I think we have some moves and some crazy moves at that. Black, I think, has gone for a5 and a4 has been played. And look at that pawn structure, the 4 pawns facing each other, saying who blinks first, attacking the opposite pawn. What's going on in these complications after a4?
Yeah, now it gets very, very sharp. I'm a little bit surprised that Anish opted, he basically blitzed out a4, so it means that he was expecting the move a5. So let's take a look. A b4, I guess a b5 should be played. And after b takes c3, b takes c6 should be played, otherwise knight jumps to d4. Black takes on b2, bishop takes b2, and this pawn on c6 could be a weakness, but in this position, it's a very big asset because e5 pawn is hanging, rook a7 is coming, the pawn on c7 is weak. I mean, in any other construction, maybe black could be somehow targeting this pawn quickly, but not here. It looks very nice for white.
No, absolutely. That pawn on c6 and the e5 weakness definitely looks like pressure. Let's back up and see if there's something else that Ding can hope for after the move a4.
Well,
So
not easy.
So if you go b takes a4, then Anish wants to get in b5 before recapturing the pawn.
Yes, definitely. No, there was no alternative. He needs to go for this, and he now needs to find some super move to try to hold. But I don't see, the bishop is not moving from c8. Somehow the position is not good.
All right, well, this looks like Anish is doing well here. We'll come back and take a check on it. Peter, let's get an update on Magnus's board. Magnus against Eric Hansen. What is going on there? So black has managed to bind the queen side with this b5, a4. And it doesn't look that bad for black for me so far. I think Eric's doing fine here, no?
Yeah, this is an old classical Chigorin line. It's a very, very solid line. I mean, it doesn't have the best reputation because with precise play, usually white is better, but I think it's very nicely suiting for rapid play. Yeah, if black is prepared, he knows the ideas, he can play quite quickly. And with white, we have so many different move orders, and it feels to me like Magnus had mixed things up a bit. Sure, sometimes even bishop d8 was an idea. You know, this was John Tisdale already in the early 90s, I think, was loving this type of positions. Yeah, with bishop to d8, the bishop is very mobile. You still keep an eye on the knight on f6, because if you play bishop f8, then white suddenly has bishop g5 hitting the knight on f6. But this move, bishop d8, is very nice, opening up the rook. Suddenly the bishop might come to a5, it might join on b6. Very, very flexible.
Shout out to our friend from Norway, Grandmaster Jonathan Tistel, who you mentioned, Peter, who of course is strong grandmaster, but also now does amazing articles and journalistic work in chess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but you know, when I was a young kid, I was studying all kinds of games from John Tisdale in this Chigolin Spanish structures. I have been analyzing and I have learned a lot from all this maneuvering and subtle moves.
Well, hi, John, if you're watching. All right, Peter, what else is good on the board? There's so much stuff going on. And the one thing that catches my attention is Nordebek against Lake Kwang Liam. Whenever I see a king in the center, I know that it's going to be fun. So what's happening here? It looks like white has already won a pawn, a little behind development. Black's bishop on f6, eyeing that b2 pawn. Does Lake Kwang Liam have enough compensation in this position?
I think no, because the point is that white's knights, knight on e2 and knight on f3 are so perfectly placed, yeah, that they control the d4 square. That's I think the key. In any other construction of white knights, it could be tricky, but with control of the d4 square, I do feel like black can't really touch white. For example, after a move like knight c5, white can simply play knight e2 to d4. Or even knight f3 to d4, depends on which one prefers, and looks like white is in total control. So looking good.
Looking good, and Nordebek looking happy with his position right now. Well, he's got reasons to be happy, as you mentioned, that this knight on d4 will be quite a monster, keeping things under control, and the a pawn passes on. Peter, meanwhile, Anish Giri has won the e5 pawn against Ding Liren, and I have to say, I think the position looks pretty good for Anish. An important point if he manages to convert this in his task to catch up.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, he's already, I think he's already having a lot of points. Yeah, he's already there up. I don't know exactly which place he's sharing, but I think he's already in top 5 or 6.
There we have it. He's actually a number 7, but it's such a close fight. And with 3 points for a win, Peter, scoring that and only 1 for a draw, it really means a lot. I mean, to score this win, and not just this win, he'll actually leapfrog Ding Liren in the rankings. So a big, big moment for him, this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this. Wow, because Anish played rook a8, so indirectly protecting the knight on e5 because the bishop on c8 is hanging. And Ding Liren plays the move bishop d7. I mean, somehow it feels like there should be some way of winning this position almost by force for white. But okay, sometimes you have this feeling that you can win, but actually it's not true.
Rook a8 was a nice little move, taking advantage of the fact that the bishop on c8 was hanging, so the knight on e5 couldn't be touched. And a nice move like rook a8 met with a very aesthetically pleasing move, bishop to d7. You can't take that bishop because the rook on a8 is hanging. Peter, let's take a look at some of the lines here. I would be expecting rook takes e8 here, but then after bishop e8, the c6 pawn is going to be under attack.
Exactly. Yeah. Then finally, what we have been talking about, that black needs to target this c6 pawn somehow as quickly as possible. He managed from the bishop from c8, landing on e8, targeting that pawn, and it gives some hope to survive. I don't know exactly how to get the maximum. Yeah, and Anish, yeah, this is the move. Yeah. Rook e1 to a1, keeping the tension, not allowing this bishop reaching the e8 square. Yeah, that's the move.
Wow, and it's a really nice move now, because now you're threatening to capture that bishop on d7. And if black takes on c6, then white just takes knight takes c6. And you don't have the time to capture either of the pieces because there's a check on a8.
Exactly. Bishop c6, knight c6. You can't take on b2 because rook is hanging, and rook a8 check is coming. So all kinds of crazy things.
Shaking his head. Ding knows that things have gone wrong in this game, and it looks like this one's going to be tough to come out of.
Yeah, this rook e1 was so brutal. I mean, it's so easy to miss because just 2 moves ago, white's rook was on a1. Yeah, the first one, and then white goes rook a8, and what happened? It looked like with the last move, knight h5. Black touches the knight on e5, so white needs to defend this knight on e5, but there is no good way of defending it. And instead of this, Anish goes rook a8, and after bishop d7, this nice little move, bishop d7, rook a1, and what? Ding had to go back, and he was for bishop c8.
Or maybe there wasn't another move with the bishop on d7 hanging. He was just going to lose material otherwise.
Yeah, but basically this means that he gave a tempo, yeah?
Yeah, and White can also probably go rook b8, rook a8 now.
Yeah, this really hurts him big time, yeah, because not only the position is very, very shaky and dubious, giving up a tempo like this. Yeah, great opportunity for Anish.
All right, we'll see if Anish manages to make the most of this opportunity, Peter. An interesting outcome in the Esipienko, 19-year-old Esipienko up against 16-year-old Pragnananda. And what do we make of this position? Black's got two bishops on the board, but the pawns on the king's side, like we noticed that g6, g5, g4 stuff was felt a bit of an overstretch. But look at that, rook jumping into activity, and I don't really see a good way for White to keep the pawns together. And I also hate this construction of knight b1 and knight d2 coming in the way of each other.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at this position, we see like this whole idea with g5, g4, which I was very critical of at the beginning, paid off completely. I mean, this is exactly the position that White should have never, ever allowed. I don't know exactly. I think Andrei lost control at some point. I mean, the knight never got developed from b1. At least maybe it got developed, but it was kicked back. Maybe that just, yeah, it developed. However, White's knight never reached e3 square. Yeah, that's the square where this knight really would love to be placed, so that you target the g4 weakness. You might be able to jump on f5, but it never reached there. And Prag, using the momentum, takes, kicking this knight from c4 to, in fact, it's beautiful. Very, very nice that the knight which came from g1. So it started from g1 to f3, d2, c4, a3, and this is the one that lands on b1, and that hurts even more because it feels like, you know, you lost all these tempos to land on b1. This is really tragic. Fantastic play by Prag. I mean, really beautiful.
Absolutely, Peter. And starting with this g6, g5, g4, I think in these time formats, it's not about just playing what is accurate or what is conventionally good, but posing the maximum problems to your opponent. And these practical decisions like these offbeat lines, we often see the best in the world facing trouble in handling them. And this is one such example. Now, after rook a2, let's try and see what are the lines in which Esipienko can fight these threats. Rook into b2 is a direct one. I'm struggling to come up with a move for White here, Peter.
Exactly, because if b3, then you hit the c2 pawn. Otherwise, you hit on b2, and this bishop on e6. The soul of Black's position dominates it beautifully, protects everything, locks down the king side. Basically, White would need to, I don't know, maybe he needs to go some h4, h5 or something, but I mean, one doesn't have the feeling that this should work, or if it's enough for counterplay. I mean, Black is just way too comfortable, way too comfortable.
All right, well, in this one, Black's doing fine, but in Leko Tania Sachdev board, we were quite happy with Nordebek's position, and it looked like he was doing well, and I think it continues. He's already a pawn up, and I don't see much compensation. The knight on d3 keeps the b4 pawn defended. Queen b3, a nice move. Peter, this looks like it's going Nordebek's way.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at also the clock situation, 9 minutes versus 1.5. Definitely shows that something horribly went wrong for Leko Tania. Basically, I'm not expecting any miracles here. I think there is a lot of action in Magnus Carlsen, Eric Hansen game. I want to join in there because look at this. Wow, wow, wow. Magnus, did he calculate or did he blunder? Look at this. Magnus got very aggressive with f4. I mean, he couldn't tolerate this knight. And Eric Hansen enters with the queen to b2. And Magnus goes rook b1. And Eric Hansen goes for this stunning knight takes f4, with the idea being after queen f1, double attack on the knight and also on the queen. But after the move queen c3, if you capture the knight with the bishop, then queen takes on d4. If you capture with the queen, queen takes d3. We might be seeing an incredible upset, incredible turnaround here.
Wow. And Magnus does look quite worried with his position. Knight into f4, a nice tactical trick, hitting the queen, and then queen c3. Not sure if Magnus missed this move, but that's what it appears to be. But Peter, there's so much hanging. Is there something that white can do here? He's gone for bishop b5. So keeping the momentum on the time and not taking that, there's a lot hanging. Let's try and look at some lines here. So queen f4 is the big threat. What happens if black simply captures? He goes knight g6.
Yeah, he opts for knight g6 for very simple play. I mean, after all, black has won a pawn.
And bishop b5, knight b5 would have hit the queen and the knight. And of course, Eric wants none of that. So knight g6 because the bishop on d7 is defended.
Yeah, and this queen is still incredibly powerful because targeting the a3 pawn, e4 pawn is also loose. Black got access to the e5 square, yeah, because the pawn on f4 is gone. I mean, Magnus needs to create some disbalance in black's camp, because for a moment there is slight disbalance. Maybe take on d7 and then try to go knight b5. Is that an option? For example, takes. You can't take on b1 because I have knight takes b1. This is very, very important. So you need to take on d7, and I want to use this tempo with knight b5, kicking this queen away. I can't tolerate this queen here.
Okay, but black can at least go queen f6 here, right? Offering a queen trade?
Yes, okay, but if you have to go queen f6, at least I feel like I might be able to. What? Magnus goes bishop takes a4. He wants none of it, but what is this? Isn't this just a blunder? I mean, can't black just take back?
And he just resigned.
And he resigned, yeah, because, oh my God.
You just take rook b. Wait, what's going on here after bishop a4? You just take
No,
the
you
bishop,
just take on a4. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was some mouse slip because, okay, you just can't take on a4 just like that.
Yeah, this has to be a mouse slip, that instead of maybe he wanted to go bishop d7, but instead I can't believe bishop a4 can be anything except some sort of a mouse slip, no?
Yeah, and then Magnus also resigned immediately, indicating that, yeah, this wasn't planned.
Wow.
But I mean, okay, the point is that he had this incredible shock, yeah, this knight takes f4. So one cannot blame it on the mouse slip itself. He was already disbalanced, and it seems like probably after bishop d7, white is having chances to survive, but definitely black is the one who is fighting for advantage. Wow.
Unbelievable. The perils of online chess. Mouse slips, bishop a4 definitely won, but Peter nicely pointed out that things had already gotten a bit shaky. So kudos to Eric for finding this trick, knight f4 and then queen c3. And with this, he wins his game. Let's quickly move on. All right. And Ding Liren also resigned. Peter, things had gone horribly wrong out of the opening for Ding.
Yeah. I mean, this endgame, you remember it was like move 14. I told you that this is a very, very unpleasant endgame. And of course, I couldn't have thought like the game will be over on move 23. Definitely not. I thought that we will be in for a long, long torture. But yeah, just few inaccuracies from Ding and missing this rook e1 to a1 after bishop d7. That basically had a tremendous effect, and the game was basically decided. So let's move. What do we have?
We do have some live action on the Esipienko Prague board for starters. Quite an interesting position. So let's jump to that one. We were looking at it. Rook a2. Peter, you were praising Prague's play so far. What do you think? I think Esipienko's still in a lot of trouble. I mean, all the pieces have gone into defense now. Rook on c2 very active. Prague is already a pawn up. This is looking bad for Esipienko.
Yes, looking bad, but on the other hand, he also managed to coordinate his pieces. Yeah, somehow this knight from b1 got developed to d2, the other knight reached c5, so he's setting up some kind of a blockade. Yeah, imagine some scenario like white, okay, I can't go knight db3 because c4 pawn is hanging. So yeah, then it's even more unpleasant than I hoped, because I hope that at least now with the knight on c5, I will be able to knight c5, bishop e3, set up some kind of a blockade. But if I can't move the knight from d2, this is really bad news for white.
Yeah, with the c4 pawn as a weakness, how are you going to get out of this bind? g3 play taking in control of the f4, h4 squares. And you mentioned this knight on c5, Peter. And I'm wondering if Prague can try, he goes bishop f8. So he is trying to target that knight on c5, move the queen away to d8 on the next move, start threatening bishop c5 already.
Yeah, there is also, you know, this temptation of eventually sacrificing the queen for the two pieces. Of course, you should only do it if you see that it's winning by force. I just mentioned that black's position is so beautiful that even this queen sacrifice is kind of hanging in the air. But yeah, just activating the bishop. Yeah, the bishop on g7 was doing nothing. You don't really need to guard the f6 pawn because it's very nicely protected by the queen. White doesn't have any forces attacking black's king. The only thing black needs to pay attention to is his clock situation. Everything else is wonderful.
Yeah, I'm loving black's position. There are ideas of moving the queen, attacking the knight, ideas of rook c3, Peter, hitting the bishop with the threat of rook takes e3 as well. So
Yes.
lots of nice ideas created with this last move, bishop f8.
Yeah, very, very nice. And for white, I mean, you desperately look for stability, but yeah, this rook c3 is a nightmare, because rook c3 might force the move bishop f2, after which you are in complete pacchetto. I mean, nothing moves then. Everything needs to guard each other. No, this is almost hopeless.
Is pacchetto the opposite of cemento?
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely not good. Yeah, definitely not good. I mean, it basically means that you are so cramped, yeah, that nothing moves. You are in Packetovic, you are in Packet. It's terrible. Yeah, I mean, cemento is much better. Yeah.
So when given an option between a pacchetto and a cemento, you always go for cemento.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, and knight c5 to b3 back. I mean, a very sad move. It just shows that how bad this position is, that your best piece you have to retreat. But yeah, probably white is trying to play bishop c5, try to trade these bishops, but Prague will not give this chance. Maybe Prague will not give this chance even.
All right,
like...
so Prague dominating this game, Peter. We will come right back to it. We haven't had a chance to look at Vincent's game. He's playing against Alexandra Kostanuek, an important game for him, for the standings, of course, for Alexandra. She wants to try and score a point, try to at least, you know, get some points going, get the game going. Very important for her as well. What do you make of this position that we have?
Yeah, it's a very complicated position. It looks like white got the bishop to c3. Yeah, white got the bishop to c3 and puts pressure on the e5 pawn. I mean, I'm not liking it. Also, Vincent is very low on the clock. I mean, he's down to 40 seconds. Knight takes f5. Yeah, queen takes b7. The pawn on a6 is about to fall. Yeah, rook e6 protects. Of course, if black gets time to get knight d4 or gets his pieces coordinated, also you need to create some luft with h6. Then all will be fine. But one gets the impression like white to move, that white should be able to claim advantage here. But not so easy. I mean, the time is of essence because black is also very active. Maybe it's dynamic equality.
All right, and we'll come back to this. We have one more game remaining, Peter. Artemiev against Levon. And this one, Artemiev is a pawn up. I mean, clearly he's the one who's going to push this game and try and get this one. It's pretty important for Lev to try to do what he can to hold this. How difficult is it to hold such an endgame?
Well, in general, not easy, but he of course has the big time advantage. Yeah, that's the good thing. I mean, of course, from Vladislav's point, time is not so important because he can quickly make moves. However, the point is that this knight on e6 was a very nice blockading piece, yeah? And white is not able to push his pawns, only at the cost that he had to retreat his king to f1. Yeah, and now he's cut on the second rank. So with this powerful rook on c2, one has the feeling that this is one of those endings that black should actually hold.
Yeah, you're right. Levon doesn't look very worried. And of course, the clock situation has a huge role to play on that. 28 seconds trying to convert that in this is a tough task. Let's just say that more chances of this ending in a draw than an Artemiev win. Peter, a lot more excitement in the position in the Esipenko-Prague board. So let's keep it at that.
Yeah, definitely. It's the big fight between two incredible youngsters as well. Lot of prestige at stake. I mean, clearly, when as a young player you play against another young player, yeah, you feel like you need to win this battle, because if the other guy wins, then everybody will be talking about the other one, that he's the better one. Yeah, that there is quite a lot of pressure on the players. Here it seems like Prague is in total control, but the position is crazy enough that with 40 seconds on the clock, it might not be so easy to navigate this. Bishop f7, guarding the king. Yeah, this is quite nice. Just because the 7th rank was a weakness. The question is, can white go for rook h3, or is it too risky from white side as well to leave the first rank?
Yeah, it would be a little scary, you know, with the queen jumping into d3. Peter, meanwhile, I'm getting an update that we did run a poll on Paquetto versus Cemento, and the audience has correctly chosen Cemento over Paquetto.
Yes, very well done. Then they know the spirit. They have the right spirit. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, queen takes before c5. Wow, look at this. Very, very aesthetic, very sharp. And now already Yesipenko, the one who is behind on the clock. And the point is that after, yeah, queen a5 needs to be played, because queen takes c5 would have run into rook d2, knight d2, queen d2. And after queen takes e7, there was queen d4 check, hitting the king and the rook on a1. So that's why white needed to play the move queen a5. Now your move queen d3, yeah, it feels like...
Queen d3 is so tempting. Just trying to get into that e3, start giving some checks, hit the c4 pawn, knight c6, knight d4 coming in at some point. Queen d3 is just... has it been played? I think queen d3, rook f1 on the board, no?
Yeah, on the board, yeah. And this looks kind of hopeless. Yeah, queen e3 check. And the problem is that white is unable to take on c5 because the knight on d2 is hanging. So basically
time
black...
to go knight c6, knight d4.
But knight c6, I have queen b6. At least I'm... Yeah, bishop takes c4. Yeah, that's it.
Nice.
Bishop c4 just wins on the spot.
Knight takes c4 also runs into queen e4 check, so you can't really take the bishop either. And look at Pragg. He's so focused right now. He knows that the point is in his hand, and in this scoring system, it's equal to 3 points, which is actually massive on the road of trying to qualify. A tough situation for Esipenko. He's down to 20 seconds. And the position looks bad, but he's trying to create play, Peter. Queen d8. He says, I don't care about bishop f1. I want to go queen e7. But should he? And Pragg giving no chances at all, keeping everything under control with king f7.
Yes, very, very nice. I mean, it's also known that the knight is the best friend of the king. It's a very good protector. And it seems like the game is just won. I mean, white is running out of moves. Everything is falling apart. No way to give check unless you sacrifice the rook on f6, but there is no perpetual check possibility. I'm kind of expecting the game to end pretty soon. Yeah, rook a1 played. Not just bishop takes b3. You can just take the piece.
I think with Vishy Anand's legacy, no Indian ever just gives up a knight for no reason at all. So king f7 just makes a lot of sense, keeping everything under control. And 36 seconds now for Pragg, 15 for Esipenko, bishop b3, and it looks like Esipenko is about to give up on this.
Yeah, there is just no way, because after rook a7, you get checkmated with queen e1 or rook c1. So no way to put any resistance. Yeah, there we go. Yesipenko lost. What a big win for Pragg. Yeah, and we see that he's extremely dangerous with the black pieces. He, after beating Magnus Carlsen, now he beats Andrei Yesipenko as well in his trademark style. Yeah, the pieces, harmony, you know, the safe king, very nice, very typical of Pragg's chess.
Wow, and Esipenko really upset with this loss. We can see him on camera. He knows that the margin for error is reducing on his route to the knockout stages of the tournament, and this loss hurt him quite bad. We still have some action on, Peter. As you're pointing out, Winston came up with a nice checkmate on the board. Peter, maybe we'll come back and take a look at this game in its entirety once the others are over, because I think we still have some live.
Yeah, one game. Yeah, because Vincent game just finished at this moment, and Artemiev is still trying to squeeze something out. And in fact, now it's a very, very direct way. We see the evaluation bar jumping because this knight on b5 might be trapped. Yeah, white's king with king d5. It's a check, comes closer, and black's knight will not be able to escape. Wow. Wow, will Artemiev find a way to trap this knight with 10 seconds on the clock? Yeah, king d5 on the board, king h6, bishop c1 check, forcing king to g7, and now, okay, but how do we trap this knight? How do we trap this knight?
Do you start with bishop f4, stopping knight c7?
Okay, then knight c3 check, and then you will trap it here, yeah? Yeah, you will trap it here, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, but okay, not so trivial with 7 seconds on the clock.
I mean, he goes bishop b2, also a very natural response because you take the control of these squares. And now just king c6, Peter.
Yeah, then knight a7 check, and it looks like it should be completely winning, but this knight, I don't see yet how to. Yeah, king c5. Yeah, I like king c5. Knight a7. And bishop f6. Yeah, bishop f6. That's the key, because it kind of locks down black's king on h6. The king cannot move, and the knight will be zugzwang. Yeah.
Oh, super nice. Bishop f6 also takes away the e7 square from the knight, caging in black's king on h6. And now you're just slowly going to move towards. Also, black is running out of moves. I mean, let's say you make a move like king h7, Peter. How does white actually end up winning that knight? So after king h7,
yeah, you can't win it immediately, but now I already feel like with the combined force of the bishop and the king, you should be able to get it. Yeah, Levon is taking his time. Yeah, and look at this. Yeah, Levon knows it. That's it. I mean, there is no escape here. But how do you trap this knight? Yeah, knight c8 on the board.
all right. So king c6, there's still knight a7.
Yes, but the problem for black is that he still doesn't have a next move. But also with white, it feels like you have the maximum. Yeah, king c6, of course. Yeah, knight a7 check. Simply you can go king d7, king e. No, yeah, king d7, king e7, and
King
you
h7,
collect.
king g8.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you go knight a7 check, I go king d7.
King h7, king g8.
Then king h7. Yeah, then king h7. Yeah, no, this is not. Yeah, Levon anyway goes king h7 first.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean,
so
incredible. But if we can't trap this knight, and
he's got 5 seconds. I mean, that's the other thing, right? He needs to find it in 5 seconds.
Yeah, bishop d8. Okay, yeah, it's logical. I saw this move, but I still don't see the exact way of how to trap this knight. Maybe he will need to push f6 and then bishop c7, king b7. Maybe like this.
But then king g6, king f6, and maybe black can play h4. But yeah,
No, now f6. Yeah, now f6 and then bishop c7, king b7. This is now simply winning. Or Levon is trying to run with his king to e8. Yeah, king c7, knight a7, king b6, knight c8 check. Levon got a tempo.
King c5. This was.
Yeah,
Where
king
is the king
f8.
headed
Levon will come with his king. The only problem for Levon that no matter how many tempos he gets, actually the position is such a Paketovic. Yeah, again, the Paketovic that you cannot really escape. You cannot really escape from it.
But he still has to find a way to convert it. And Peter, no matter how winning it is, he's not got that much time on the clock. And Levon's surviving by the thread here.
Yeah, I mean, we see the evaluation bar saying it's completely winning. I was trying to figure out a way, and I also, and it drives me crazy that, okay, how stupid I am not being able to tap this knight on c8. Yeah, it looks like it should be elemental, but not so easy. It can drive you crazy.
At some point, I think he's got to get that pawn to f6 to take away the e7 square. But it's really not easy to find the right moment. King g8 played.
Yeah, so now according to computer, everything is under control again. Yeah, king c6. Okay, we have been there. Very nice.
Could give knight a7 check now.
Yeah, or king f8.
Or king f8.
The problem for Levon is that he doesn't want to think, because then Artemiev can also think. Yeah, that's the trick. So he needs to keep on playing fast, not to give Vladislav this extra seconds or even maybe minutes.
And also Artemiev has to be careful when he decides to go g4, because you do end up trading one pawn, which makes life easier for black. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, you really feel like this is the momentum to trap this knight. Yeah, bishop d8. Be careful, Vladislav. You might run into some three times repetition sooner or later if you don't find a clear win.
And the play zone actually stops the game on the spot if there is a threefold repetition. So the players don't have to they don't need to protest or say anything. It just stops immediately. King G7 played. So even still after F6, he wants to go King G6.
Yeah, King D5. No, F6, he wants to go back with the king to E8, I guess. Yeah, I feel like against F6, he wants to get King E8 so that he will be able to protect the knight with King D7. But it's also only a guess. Knight A7. But now white has bishop b6, bishop c5, trapping the knight. But then king
bishop
f6.
e6, knight b5 as well, no?
Yeah, but knight b5, is he jumping out or still?
That's the hope. But you've got, the thing is, after king c5, there's knight c3 because there's no bishop d4 check. And after king c4, there's knight d6. He goes king c6.
Yeah, king
knight
c6.
a3.
Knight a3, bishop d4 check.
King. Where would you go intuitively in this position, Peter, with the king?
Yeah, very, very tough. I mean,
very tough, yeah.
You even have this f6 move. You don't know, maybe f6, king f7 would be also possible, but then you have a weakness on f6. Bishop e3 check, king g7. We might be seeing some repetition from Vladislav to gain this 10-20 seconds.
Peter, if you had to predict a result at this point, do you think we're going to see a draw, or will Artemiev manage to make this one through?
Very tough. I actually I have no idea. Maybe even a Levon win is possible, because Vladislav might go crazy and lose on time trying to trap this knight. He's always on the verge. Yeah, with 10 seconds, then he ticks down to 2-3 seconds. King d5
okay, he
back.
decides to keep going. King d5 on the board. Maybe we'll ask chat. Let's run a chat poll, guys. What is going to be the result of this? Is Artemiev completely winning for the last, I don't know how many moves, but he's down to seconds. Can he find the way forward? Which actually, Peter, even we're struggling to really see what is the right way ahead.
Absolutely. And I'm actually very happy to keep on struggling, because it shows that how difficult it is for the players. Yeah, we see the evaluation by saying it's completely winning. We know what we are trying to achieve. We have to trap this knight, but the knight is jumping. And even when it looked like the knight already has no square left, still it was impossible to very systematically, easily catch that knight. Not easy with few seconds on the clock. Knight b5 back. But certainly the position improved for Levon. Yeah, before his knight was already on c8, it looked hopeless. Now
Peter,
his knight is back.
Is as confused as us. 46% for an Artemiev win and 46% for a draw. So the chat is also at a draw.
Yeah, absolutely correct. I mean, I also kind of felt like it's very much 50-50. I mean, I don't feel like any of the results are more favorite than the other.
Unbelievable stuff.
Bishop d2. I mean, it looks like black's position improved, but it's still so bad that according to engines or our engine evaluation bar, it's still completely winning for white. But so hard to understand this. Why is it winning? I mean, we understand it's only winning if we catch this knight. Yeah, we need to trap this knight, but this knight keeps on jumping. Knight a7.
And it's funny because the knight looks like it's at the edge of the board, and this is where you should catch it, but somehow move by move, it's just surviving.
Yeah, and look at this. This is now super tricky, because if Vladislav goes for this bishop f6 position and the so-called dream position, it might be c4 repetition. Yeah, it's super tricky that how will he try to trap this knight not to reach the c4 repetition.
You mean king h6, bishop f6 might actually be just a draw on the spot?
Yeah, bishop f6, knight c8, and then king c6. I think that position would be maybe already c4 repetition. But I'm not sure, because
it's on the board. Bishop f6, Paquetto on the board, and king h7 played.
Yeah, because Levon also was doing some king g8, king f8 business, so maybe this will help Vladislav. Yeah, and he moves bishop e7. He's super professional. He feels the danger, and he wants to go f6 and then go after the knight, because he cannot. Yeah, this one I like. This is the way to win. Yeah, actually, it's so simple. When it's done, it looks so simple, but it wasn't.
Wait, what's the plan now, Peter, for white?
Yeah, he just pushes f6, protects the bishop, and then goes king b6, knight c8, king b7, forcing the knight to take on his, or of course you cannot take on e7, then the pawn will queen. So actually, maybe the win was very, very simple, but somehow it was not easy to implement.
Oh, wow.
After all these adventures, it felt like eternity till they reached back to this position.
And it's absolutely forced. Yeah, I don't see a way for black to actually fight it. If you go knight c8, f6 anyway, and the king reaches b7.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
But maybe, Peter, that knight c8, f6, let's go king g6, you go king c6, and knight a7, you go king b6. So I have to go king f5, and now you go king b7.
Yes. And I'm winning. Yeah, f6 on the board. Yeah, knight c8, f6 on the board.
Amazing.
Now Levon will be very, very angry because, you know, if he would have lost like this, it would have been, I think, easy. I mean, easily digestible. But feeling that he had a chance and there was a real chance of eventually escaping by a threefold repetition. And at the end, Artemiev gets the winning idea and he's winning it. Yeah, this is. Yeah, and look at this. Vladislav now finally very relieved. I feel like he's very relieved. Yeah.
And it also goes on to show that while he was jumping around, repeating those positions in his mind, he was actually trying to work out the way to trap the knight. He's done it. Levon Aronian throws in the towel, and with this resigns. Artemiev wins an important point and really is a roadblock in Lev's course to the knockouts. Now Lev needs to be very careful in the next 2 rounds. Peter, we've had 7 decisive games out of 8. What a round it's been. Let's do a quick recap of the results that we've had. Artemiev, after a marathon struggle in the endgame, but really a game that he was dominating throughout, goes on to finally win against Lev, while Shak drew with Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Anish won against Ding Liren. This game went wrong for Ding from the very start, and Anish showed fantastic play and conversion and managed to win a big victory, giving him 3 game points. Magnus Carlsen lost to Eric Hansen. A nice little tactic by Eric. And Magnus, that bishop a4 had to be a mouse slip, but things had already gotten shaky in his position. So Eric wins a big game, actually. Nodebek won against Lei Kwang Liam. Another game which seemed like it was an all Nodebek show. Andrei Asipienko lost to Prague. Prague played a brilliant game, an offbeat opening g6, g5, g4. You don't get to see that every day. Do not try that at home unless you're Prague. He managed to do it and to win the game. Jan Napomniachtchi, unstoppable here, beats Hans Niemann. Hans, an absolute disastrous game from him from the very start. And Alexander Kostanuik lost to Vincent. Vincent is back. That rook h2 checkmate was absolutely brilliant. We've got only a minute to lift off. Let's take a look at our standings. These are our current standings going into round 11, I think it is. Jan Napomniachtchi with 23 points. Anish Giri, 18, sharing second place with Eric Hansen. Eric Hansen is doing phenomenally well in this tournament. Andrei Asipienko, Vincent Kema at 17. It's a tournament for the youngsters. Andrei Asipienko, despite having that last round loss to Prague, is still in a very good standing to make it to the knockouts. Magnus Carlsen, Ding Liren, Vladislav Artemiev, all at 16 points. And these are the guys who need to be careful for the next 2 rounds. Any slip up can throw them at the bottom half of the table. A big shout out to everyone who's joining us. The chess has been so fantastic, chat. And I'm so happy to be here with all of you. Thank you to everyone who's joining us on Twitch, Chess24, and on YouTube. And I see we have over 6,000 people watching us on YouTube. So do like the channel and subscribe and show your support for this amazing chess that we are seeing in this event. If you're enjoying yourself, definitely support us. Don't forget that you can go on Chess24 and play 3-minute games. The premium member who plays maximum number of 3-minute games, the top 10 players actually end up winning tour badges that give you amazing access and perks throughout the tour. We're also super happy to announce that we have partnered up our sports lifestyle partners at Puma. And this is something I think the Champions Chess Tour is so proud of, just the kind of partners and sponsors we are getting. And Puma is our new official sports and sports lifestyle partner. Lots of fun stuff coming up. I'm already sure on Twitter you've been seeing this news a lot. So this is something to be excited about. It's always nice to get big brands into the world of chess. So super excited about this partnership. I think we've almost got liftoff, and let's take a look at the pairings and the matchups we've got while we wait for Peter to return. This is one that I think is going to be a lot of fun. Jan Napomniachtchi up against Pragnananda. Peter is with us. These are our pairings. Action is on. So let's get to the chessboard.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, Praga against Jan Napomniachtchi is an anti-Berlin. I mean, I'm really loving this from Jan, that he's expanding his horizons. I mean, he's getting more and more unpredictable. One game Berlin, one game Petrov, one game I don't know what. I mean, this is exactly the kind of chess that I like to see. I mean, Jan is experimenting. Jan is sometimes showing preparation, getting experience in different openings. And also very interesting to see how Prague will react to this, because certainly he did not expect to face the anti-Berlin. We are getting this very, very typical structure, and Prague goes for h4. I'm loving this choice from Prague, because let's see how much knowledge and experience Jan has in this position from the black side. We know that he likes to attack like this from the white side, but if you are suddenly playing from the black side, it's not so easy to switch. b5, knight e3, rook e8 on the board. So basically we are guaranteed for some incredible fight.
Well, talking about incredible fight and incredible results, we've had our first quick draw of the tournament, Peter. Ding Liren versus Magnus Carlsen. What happened there?
Yeah, well, I think two giants faced each other at the moment when they are both vulnerable. I mean, both lost a terrible game, and maybe feeling like, okay, now against each other, it makes no sense to go all in. Magnus going for the Grünfeld, Ding Liren goes for g3, and Magnus going for c6. Super professional, basically showing like, you know what, I'm kind of offering you the chance to be peaceful. And the guys are showing big respect for each other. I'm pretty sure that for the next game, Magnus will be in for a tremendous fight with the white pieces. But from Ding Liren perspective, and also from Magnus' perspective, after this terrible loss that they encountered, it makes sense. I mean, practically speaking, it makes sense to just call it a day.
Yeah, I think that's very nicely put, that two giants who are a bit vulnerable right now with the way things went in the last game, just stop the bleeding and see what happens in the final game of the day. All right, Peter, some more action on the other boards. Let's get an update on the Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Anish Giri.
Yes, so this is a Ragozin. Yeah, this is a Ragozin. I mean, we are seeing so many Ragozins. Hang on. Let's take it from the beginning. Bishop b4, queen a4 check. So this is the same like Vincent, but here white goes for a3. Vincent was playing yesterday the line with e3 castles and queen c2. That's another main line. This a3 move is a quite rare move. It's getting more and more popular. I mean, I think that we have already seen last year in the tour that many players have used this weapon. Anish going bishop d7, hitting the queen immediately on a4. It's a typical Ragozin idea, because if white retreats the queen, then, for example, black has a very nice way of jumping knight a5. So white doesn't want to let this happen. cd5, ed5, bishop g5 played, h6, bishop takes f6. Also a very, very typical way of capturing. Of course, there is a big debate. Yeah, should I keep the tension with bishop h4 or not? But this also gives this typical Ragozin counterplay for black with g5, knight e4. And that's why often bishop takes f6, queen f6, e3 is the more simple way to treat the position. e3 castles, bishop d3, b6, castles, queen d6, queen c2. Okay, I would say like the position is very close to equal. I mean, maybe white is tiny bit better, but from black side, if you play the Ragozin, I think you are kind of happy to deal with such positions. You have a very clear plan of moving the knight away to a5 and getting c7, c5 in. Fairly solid construction.
Very interesting. All right, the one opening and the two players who we know will not be so solid, but will give us fire on board is Pragg versus Jan. And with Pragg, we've seen him go g6, g5, g4 in the previous game. And in this one, he goes forward with his h-pawn. So there's no stopping Pragg's pawns. What's going on here, Peter? Should Jan be worried about a kingside attack in these kind of positions?
No, he should not be worried. I mean, he should respect it. Yeah, because that's what White is looking forward to. But being worried is not the right attitude, because if you already end up, I mean, if you are willing to get into this position, you actually have to look forward to it, because yes, White is coming, but it at the same time risks also a lot. So Black gets very nice counter chances. Yeah, for example, whenever I was playing the Berlin, I was very much looking forward to all these double H positions. Yeah, actually, I can even reveal the secret that that's why I'm playing the Berlin, in order to force my opponents to get into such adventures, and then I'm super happy.
Peter, what's your feeling with these young guns who are playing against these big guns? Do you think they are preparing for each of the 4 rounds that they have to play the next day? What's the preparation like? And I'm asking you this because you have insights into how Vincent is doing it. So do you think that they're preparing for every round, or just checking general openings?
Well, I have the feeling that the young guys are actually preparing much more than the old ones, the big guns, because the big players, the big guns, I think feel very comfortable. They want to rely on their, knowledge, experience, and so on. They have already played tons of these events. But for the youngsters, this is some incredible excitement. Yeah, they are super excited. They want to show their best, and they want to come up with ideas. On the other hand, because like Jan also, not for the very first time, he played it for the second time, I guess, against Magnus in Stavanger, where they played the Berlin. Now he's playing it again. I don't think that Pragg could have ever believed that Jan would play it, but probably Pragg was getting ready against someone else to play this way, and he likes to be principled. He likes this kind of chess. So I'm very happy that he sticks to his kind of chess, and he goes for the maximum, because this is a very, very ambitious way of fighting against the Berlin.
And both Pragg, Vincent, Hans, these debutants that we have at the tour have been showing us some very unique opening prep in this so far. So really echoing what you just mentioned, Peter, I want to take a look at Eric's game now. Another, of course, he's having a fantastic tournament so far against Nordebek, who's also in A form. He's struggled a little bit in some games, but for the most part of it, I think lots of reasons for Nordebek to be happy with his performance. Not a single pawn traded, not a single minor piece traded, quite a blocked position. What are the major plans for both sides in such structures?
Well, actually, basically the main plan we are already seeing, that White wanted to transfer his knight to d5. Yeah, that's kind of the main aim. And after that, it's already a big question. Also depends on Black how he will be dealing with this knight. Maybe we can just very quick, because it looks like it's something that I was playing, but it still feels a little bit different. I want to understand where did this come from. I mean, knight fc, knight c6, bishop b5, e5. That's it. Yeah, because what I was talking about, that usually in my Sveshnikov times, I was reaching this position from knight c3, e5, bishop c4. And now in bishop b5, e5 castles, bishop d6, this is a little bit extravagant style. However, after a4, knight f6, they reach this similar structure, a6, bishop c4, bishop e7 goes back. So yes, White actually lost tempo for bishop b5 and coming back to c4. But Black has also played bishop d6 and moved the bishop back to e7. So very, very similar. Castles, knight d5, jumping in d6, c3, bishop e6, h3, making all the nice logical prophylactic moves. King h8. Slight surprise. I mean, to me, it signals like Black is not exactly sure how to treat the position, and he opts for king h8. Maybe at some point he prepares some trade on d5, and he wants to, I don't know yet what he's up to.
Maybe someday also try to get f5 in. Peter, this is a long fight, but you were mentioning how Jan needs to respect Pragg's attack. I don't know what's going on in this one because Prague continues to throw forces at Jan's king while Jan is just blitzing move after move, showing little respect for the rook lift, the knight on f5, the queen on g4. Peter, let's start from where we left it last after that move h4 and see how Prague has managed to build it to this point, and then you can tell us how difficult is the position for black, or is still nothing to worry about.
Yeah, so h4, b5, yeah, very typical way of kicking the knight away, but white's knight anyway wants to get to e3 because white knight is heading towards f5. Rook e8, very typical, black wants to get knight f8, knight e16, that's the main idea from black in this type of positions. h5, white sticks to the plan, knight f8, bishop d2, a5, so black is also actually getting ready that if, for example, white will eventually castle long, then already Jan is having his counterplay on the queen side. So a4 is played. Knight ef5, very logical. Now bishop takes f5. I think this is a key moment because it's always psychologically so difficult to give up your light squared bishop because white has two knights fighting for the same square. But if you play knight e6, you might never have the chance anymore to trade one of these knights. And Jan intuitively somehow feels that, you know what, I want to get the knight to e6 comfortably. I already get rid of this bishop from c8, but it also opens up for white some extra options. Queen g4, king h8, rook h3, bishop f8. Yeah, this is now the current position. Bishop e3, c5, rook d1, b4. Yeah, Jan keeps on, showing no respect because he says, you know what, I have everything under control on the king side. Bishop on f8 protects g7. Knight on e6 protect g7 plus puts very nice control in the center. Yeah, that's why this is a monster knight. And I feel that the reason why Jan actually took on f5, that he wanted to provoke queen g4. With the other knights, maybe white would have started some g4, g5, g6 idea, trying to break black's construction like this. Without a pawn break, just a piece break, I'm not seeing some piece sacrifice to break open the files. Some idea like h6, g6, knight g7 is of course always in the air, but I don't feel that it's so dangerous, and black has many ways to deal with that.
Oh, it's been very interesting dynamics to watch this game proceed because you see Jan, he's got 15 minutes on the clock in a position which would scare most of us quite a bit, with the knight jumping to f5, the rook lift, the queen on g4, the pawn on h5, and Jan just blitzing move after move, really not showing any respect for the attack, showing, you know what, I'm going to continue playing on the queen side. I don't believe in this. Meanwhile, Prague also showing that I don't care who I'm playing against, and actually playing like Jan, going for the attack, doesn't care about his king in the center. Rook g3, showing that he still believes in the attack. Peter, now this last move by Prague, rook g3, g7 is kind of defended pretty well. But are there some sacrifices in the air that Jan needs to be careful about, with knight g7, bishop h6 coming in, just to, he says, Nepo says, I literally don't care, and plays the move b3. This is
because
just incredible
still,
stuff.
everything is kind of protected. Everything is protected. Bishop h6, you don't have to take. Yeah, you always have a move like queen f6, protecting. But look at this. I'm loving the way how Prague is reacting to b3. I mean, he's definitely not taking the pawn. He's not letting his pawn structure to be ruined. With a takes b3, then you are full with weaknesses. But he plays this small little move a3, and now the big question is, what did black really achieve? Yeah, suddenly the pawn on c5 is vulnerable, the pawn on b3 in long terms is vulnerable. White has ideas, maybe just putting the king to e2, guarding the d3 pawn, and then suddenly activating the rook. Rook d1, rook c3, targeting both weaknesses. Yeah, so it does look like black created some counterplay, but at the same time, he might have weakened his position, and by no means white needs to, go for an all-out attack. It's also very, very nice that all his pieces are perfectly placed. Yeah, Jan goes for rook a4, also hinting at some c4, maybe at queen a8, followed by c4.
Peter, what about bishop h6 here?
Yeah, bishop h6. Okay,
queen f6. You have to go queen f6. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm counting on queen f6, but the thing what I'm not liking, that after bishop g5, I might have to give up my knight, and I might end up against powerful knight. Yeah, for example, takes.
Because then it's a very good knight versus bad bishop, but you've got c4 immediately here.
Exactly. That's the key. Yeah, time is always an essential part of the game. If white gets knight e3, knight c4 in, black is completely busted. It's just lost. But with the timely c5, c4, black might just be better. Yeah, that's why chess is such a beautiful and incredible game, that every small nuance counts, and you have to be always super, super precise.
Wow, so actually rook a4 has this nice idea of being prophylactic against this move bishop 8-6, which looks really scary because g8-6 runs into queen g8 mate. And then after this endgame, you're just in time to stop that knight from coming into c4. Yeah, this would be, of course, disaster.
Yes, so bishop h6, I'm assuming, yeah, that always queen f6 is the reaction. And what did... Yeah, and Prag goes bishop d2. I mean, a nice strategical idea. He wants to relocate the bishop, and maybe he wants to relocate the knight somehow. He wants to get this harmony. Yeah, if he gets bishop c3, knight e3, knight c4 in, that would be just lovely.
But what about your idea of c4 before you get knight e3 in? c4 really trying to create some weaknesses in the center.
Yeah, but c4, maybe you can just ignore and go bishop c3. Can you? Just bishop c3, and after c takes d3, rook g3 takes d3.
Is there queen g5 here?
Yeah, but for example, queen g5, I can just trade, and first of all, maybe rook d8 almost wins. But
what about rook sorry, before taking on knight? Okay, sorry, knight g5 is forced because rook e4 you have queen e3.
Yeah, but anyway, okay, I'm just protecting, and then everything is wonderful. So. Yeah. I believe that black is in a lot of trouble here. I mean, Prag is playing very, very nicely. It's not just about attack. He's combining all the ideas, and it turns out, in my opinion, that b4, b3 was a big strategical error. I mean, black should have just sit tight and claim that white is not able to make progress, but hurrying and weakening the structure actually might play into white's hand.
Amazing stuff, Peter. Let's quickly jump to the Shark board because it looks like Shark is on major tilt mode right now. Take a look at this. Lavon's got two pieces for a rook and a position where I don't see much play for black. Things have gone horribly wrong for Shark. Is this busted, or is there hope here?
Well, looks very, very sad, yeah, because there is no attack. It seems like the two pieces are just so much superior to the rooks, because, okay, rook on h6 is doing nothing. Rook on h6 absolutely still out of the game. And this is actually also the reaction that Levon needs to show after such a devastating loss that he encountered against Artemiev. Yeah, he had this game that went on forever. There was a chance to survive. Finally, he didn't manage to survive. And getting a win here would be essential for Lev.
Lev's been just playing amazing chess over the last few months. I think I read it in Magnus's interview in his podcast. There are these amazing podcasts, by the way, which Oslo is doing with David Howell and Askild. And Magnus was a guest on it as well. And he mentioned about Lev that how over the last few months, he started playing in this style, which shows complete disrespect for his opponents. And creating these ideas on the board, playing fast, keeping the pressure going. And we saw that Lev in the Grand Prix as well as the tour so far.
Yeah, and look at this now. So d takes c5. I mean, we reached this position. Levon still has 13 minutes. Shakria 12 and a half. I mean, can we take a look? How did we get here? Yeah, to get an idea what these guys are doing, because this is completely insane. Bishop c4, bishop c5. So classical Italian turns completely crazy. Rook e1 move order. Levon is, yeah, exactly, because this is some super new twist from Levon. The standard move is always d3, and this was the line that he tried to surprise Hikaru in this decisive game at the Grand Prix with rook e1. And after castles, he opted for some central play, but Shakria goes for this knight g4, and he goes for some incredible dynamics. However, I think that Levon was probably ready for it. Yeah, if you are ready against Hikaru in a decisive game, that means that you probably checked all these things. That's why they were blitzing. Okay, now we understand. Super cool stuff. C3, rook d6. Yeah, black is trying to checkmate white with rook h6. And Levon says, you know what? You are not checkmating me at all. because after rook h6, he has f3. And then the king moves. So now black had to take on e2, takes, now go rook h6. And this is still clearly part of left's preparation, f3, queen h1, king f2, queen takes e1. Otherwise, they would have not been blitzing like this, queen e1, queen b2, knight c3, and that's the moment we joined in, and we thought like, what on earth had happened here? Now we know at least. c6, rook b1, queen a3, and Levon trying to keep initiative at all costs. He's not trying to keep his bishop. He sacrifices it. Queen c5, check, queen e3, even going for the endgame. Look at this. This is incredible. This is some fantastic stuff.
But look at the pawns in the center, Peter. Those are some beautiful pawns. d2, d5, e5, f3. At some point, the knight will come into d6 as well.
Yeah, and then you are just marching forward. Yeah, I mean, who can stop you? Yeah, this pawn on d2 wonderfully guards the knight on c3. The king beautifully covers, supports the pawns. You can go then rook b6 played. So
and you can try and go f4, f5 at some point. He's gone for a trade and gone for f4, f5, e6, g4, g5. Just who is stopping these pawns?
Yeah, I mean, very, very hard to see, and also very, very nice. Maybe even king to d4, because black will try to go king d7, rook c8. And that's why I did not want to go to e4, because then maybe you will get some rook c4 check. Yeah. But this looks, it feels should be winning, but it's tricky now that the rooks got traded off, and white needs to win by power. Yeah, he cannot just win slowly. Black will try to play some g6, h5, I guess, blocking the pawns as much as he can. I'm not sure if it's winning, but certainly it looks wonderful for white.
Yeah, for example, after f5, h5 makes a lot of sense to make sure g4, g5 doesn't come in. This is going to be a fascinating endgame nonetheless. We're going to keep an eye out on this. Peter, meanwhile, the Jan-Prague game has gone, as we were mentioning, c4 was played. And if you want to just quickly get an update on that.
Yeah, this is a very, very important game. c4 played, bishop c3 takes, queen f6. Yeah, you have to keep the queens. You have to, yeah, f3, c5. Black, if black gets the chance to go knight d4, then I think it feels like in a rapid game that you know that you are alive. Yeah, that's what matters. I'm kind of expecting that maybe white wants to enter with his rook first, not in order not to, but still rook d7, knight d4. I mean, it might be objectively better for white, but it's still hell of a fight.
Hell of a fight, and not only on this board, it's also Eric versus Nodebek. Super fun position. Black has got e5, f5, g5. I mean, the pawns are just rolling down on every single board today. And what's going on here, Peter? The black knight can jump to f4, trying to open up that g file. If you take it, this looks dangerous for white, or is it just that it's optically dangerous?
Well, I mean, it feels dangerous, but on the other hand, also black's king on h8 is not feeling that secure. White has the two bishops. Yeah, that's, I think, the key issue. I mean, white has all kinds of ideas, and also look at this. The engine bar says that white is the one who is putting the pressure. I mean, if I would not see the evaluation bar, I would just say like the position is completely unclear, but I feel like white in no way can be worse. Yeah, that would be kind of my evaluation. I feel like, you know, I have this bishop c4 idea with rook takes b7, hitting the knight on d5, and this weakness on b7 is there. I do believe that maybe this whole g5 kind of counterplay comes out of desperation.
Oh, wow. I would be scared here as white, Peter. So bishop d2 on the board, and he's gone for knight f4. You mentioned that white shouldn't be that worried, but how is white responding in this position? Or are you just ignoring that knight on f4?
Well, the knight itself still does not mate me yet, but of course, yeah, I would really love to, yeah, get these bishops somehow coordinated. Yeah, bishop c4 on the board, putting pressure. Yeah, black goes rook b8, of course, a very sad move. Yeah, that now white has this wonderful rook. Maybe rook will just come to b5, rook b5, and then you are preparing some bishop c3, targeting the king on h8, activating the queen. I mean, there are so many ideas for white. And this knight on f4 alone doesn't do much.
All right, interesting stuff. Rook b1, rook b8. What I like is that both players are keeping up on the clock and not taking that much time. So this is going to be a big fight. Peter, we haven't had an update on the Jan-Krzysztof Duda Anish game. Let's take a look at that. It's 2 pieces for a rook, but the rook and queen have quite a bit of coordination, very actively placed. Usually the 2 pieces would be very strong if they're able to develop an attack against in this case, black's king, but not that easy given this d file under control and all this back rank stuff going on.
Exactly, very well put. I feel that it's dynamic equality. I mean, really this, for example, white goes knight f3. Okay, first of all, it's black to move, but even if white goes knight f3, black has queen d5, hitting the queen. Yeah, you cannot play then bishop c4 because any queen trade would actually be in black's favor. Then suddenly the rook would be very, very effective against this weakness on a3. So my opinion is white needs to keep the queens on the board. But okay, maybe white can, I mean, if white slowly manages to get some g3, knight g2, knight e3, slowly getting also some h4, yeah, Anish very wisely tries to force the queen trade. White will definitely decline and go queen e3, I guess.
So any endgame will actually be absolutely fine for black because the a3 pawn is so weak. And for example, after queen d1, rook d1, it might even be the case that black can immediately start attacking and putting pressure. At least black will be out of danger. Peter, is there a way for black to continue insisting on a queen trade? For example, if you make a move like queen c1, then even, or queen e3, for example, let's say queen d2, and wherever you go with the queen, the point is that you just keep attacking.
Yeah. This is a very, very nasty and unpleasant idea. I don't know where to hide my queen. Yeah, that's a very big question. Yeah, queen is on the board. I'm expecting that we might be seeing this queen chase. Because from black side, you feel like, yeah, this is your momentum. If white suddenly activates the knight, then you might not be able to chase this queen forever. Yeah, so queen d2 and hitting the queen looks very principled.
All right, so looks like things are under control for Anish in this one, and perhaps would end in a draw. But let's see. Peter, let's jump to the action on the Prague Yan board, and lots of developments there. Wow, c5, d4, completely different pawn structure from where we left it. So black managed to get the knight on d4 and traded there.
Yeah, now this looks awful for white. In fact, strategically completely lost. Black can just trade, put bishop on the diagonal, and then prepare c4. Yeah, he immediately goes c4. So Jan calculated already that he just wins on the spot.
So after rook takes d4, he hits the rook and wins the b2 pawn. And maybe after rook d2, is he wanting to go c3?
But still, little bit strange to me, because why is he in such a rush?
Because it's Jan, Peter. Jan is always in a rush.
Yes, I know. But I mean, we have seen him in the previous game somehow slowing down against Hans Niemann. You remember he was completely winning, but he slowed down and he was just very, very effective. I'm not sure if this is not the maximum. I'm not sure that this is the maximum that he could get out of that position.
He's gone for c3. He's gone for c3. So takes, and he takes the a3 pawn. Bishop c3 is coming in. It still looks very tough for white with that knight stuck on h4.
Yeah, but what a turnaround. I mean, this was the moment when fc c5 happened. And I felt like here white needs to find a very nice way. Definitely you should never let this happen, that the knight lands on d4 and you stay passive. You should have entered with rook d7 or maybe regroup the knight. I don't know, something had to be done, because the way how Prague did it, actually it ended up very, very badly. I mean, g6 comes and this almost looked lost. To be honest, I did not. The pawn on b3 was hanging. That was it. And Jan felt like he has no time to just play rook b8, because if he plays rook b8 protecting the pawn, then white plays e4, e5, or white plays first f3, f4, making sure that his knight gets back to f3 and pushes e5. Okay, now I understand. Now it all makes sense why Jan was in a rush, getting this bishop e7, g3, c4 in as quickly as possible.
It's also really attractive, Peter. After bishop c3, the position that we've got, rook d2, c3 takes. I'm just struggling to see what is white going to do, because if you go rook c1, black can also play the move bishop g5 and start winning bishop f4, rook e4. After f4, bishop h4, gh4, rook e4.
Yeah, but I mean, feeling-wise, I'm not that worried. I mean, maybe I'm just too naive. I somehow feel that I should be able to to defend my position. I'm really hoping for some quick knight jump after bishop takes c3. But the question is, how do I will have to play some rook b1 at some point against b2. Plug goes rook d7. He wants to go rook b7 from behind.
But then can't you just go bishop c3, rook b7, b2 and try and go rook a1 next?
Yeah, but still no threat. Yeah, that's kind of the point what I was trying to also make. Then I'm gonna play king e2, protect my rook. And
let's have it on the board, Peter. Let's have it on the board. For example, bishop c3 here.
Yes.
Rook b7.
Rook b7, b2.
b2.
Yes, so okay, I'm gonna go king e2.
All right, you can never cross over. So let's say you start with rook a1.
Yes, rook a1, and I would love to bring the knight. But now you can take rook a8. But no, then I'm in time. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to.
It looks so close,
but I'm not in. Yeah, I mean, okay, depends how we evaluate this position. For example, rook here, king c2, rook a1, and you are setting rook c1 check. So I might be forced to go into this position.
And your king is too far, I think.
Yeah, you are settling with rook g1 as well, not only settling the f3 pawn. Yeah, it looks. Basically, yeah, then this systematic line is kind of dangerous. So white needs to pay attention. Yeah, white needs to pay attention with 1 minute on the clock. Not so easy.
And Jan has now slowed down. So he's definitely calculating direct variations like that. The other thing is that ideas like rook b7, rook d7, the bishop on f6 controls the g7 square. So black doesn't need to worry about these threats.
Exactly. I mean, otherwise it would be almost a mating attack. Yeah, for example, if not for the bishop on c3, then rook h7 check, rook g7, knight takes g6 would be made, but with this wonderful bishop on c3. But Jan goes rook b8. He doesn't want to let rook b7 happen.
Also very attractive move. I mean, you want to go b2 and b1, you stop rook b7. I look at it, I like it even more than bishop c3.
Yeah, definitely it's a very nice candidate. And your opponent is down to 50 seconds on the clock. Yeah, you want to give him as much things to calculate. Yeah, f4 played. Now bishop takes c3 or b2. Yeah, b2 first. Rook b1 needs to be played.
And you just go rook c3 now?
Yeah, he can even go rook c3. Yeah, this is another extra. But he goes rook a1.
Rook a1. And after rook d1, he's just going to take bishop c3. So he picks up the pawn. All right, Peter, this looks like Jan is on the way to pick up the whole point in this one. Going to be a tough task defending it. We'll keep an eye out on it. Let's go to the Levon Shark board because we thought that Levon was doing really well in that. But it looks like black's created some kind of hold on these central pawns.
Yeah, once the rooks got traded off, I mean, I felt like black has chances to defend the position. Of course, still looked very, very attractive. But now already black is setting up some kind of a fortress. What were the last couple of moves? So, but knight a4, this already feels a bit strange. My kind of first intention was actually to put pawn on a4, put king on d4 in order to stop any kind of counterplay on the a file and also against this rook c8, rook c4 idea. But Levon somehow felt that maybe he wants more or this is too slow. But this knight a4, a little bit artificial. I mean, I'm not liking this idea of pushing the deep 5 pawn so early. Knight c5, rook a8, knight d3 back, g6. Wow, I mean, please try to evaluate, please try to understand what's going on. I mean,
but Peter, would you want to be white or black in this position?
I don't know. I mean, it's the position looks so attractive from white side. Yeah, that a few moves back, we definitely would have picked white. And all of a sudden, with all this counterplay on the a file and black's rook on a8 so active, I already feel like, yeah, both sides needs to be careful.
All right, this one's going to be a long one given that time situation. So we'll jump back to it at some point. Peter, Anish has managed to pick up both pawns. Let's take a look at that. The rook versus two pieces. He's managed to pick up the a3 pawn, but as a give, he's allowed white activity and to create threats on the king side. And we know that two pieces can be quite a nuisance when that happens. Do you think this was wise by Anish?
Well, let's take a look what happened. So queen d1, queen e3, queen d2. I think it was Duda's decision that he felt like he just wants to give the pawn. I mean, he just wants to coordinate, he wants to fight. I mean, he's not interested in some repetition. And okay, this is now an all-out fight, yeah, because if the queen satellite of black just wins, and white is definitely hoping to put pressure on the g7 pawn, but also if he gets some h4 g3 grip, then the bishop can also join the attack with bishop d3. I mean, practically speaking, a very, very tricky position for both sides.
So knight e7 is the big threat right now. How can Anish play against it? He just simply moves away with the king. So the move queen g3, Anish will simply go queen a1, pinning the bishop and controlling the g7 square.
But hang on,
knight
he
h6.
moved, yeah,
wow,
he moved king
knight
h8. It allows knight takes g7. Wow, I mean, Anish blundered it.
Do you think this was a big miss? And you look at Anish and you know it was a big miss.
Oh my God, yeah, because
And the point is king g7 runs into queen g4 check, picking up the rook.
very, very nasty. But this means actually that not only knight e7 check was the problem,
Yeah.
but also knight takes g7. So very, very tricky. And after king h8, yeah, this is clearly Anish had missed knight takes g7.
And it's not easy because if you just go back instead of king h8, a move like rook c8, trying to sidestep, there were ideas like queen e8, picking up the f7 pawn.
Yeah. So basically, maybe you had to play rook d8 or something. I don't know. But then also you had to be prepared mentally to go queen f8 back. Yeah, defending. It's not easy at all.
And your ideas of g3, h4, bringing the bishop out. So definitely now let's just have the live board up. Peter, king h8, knight g7. I see Anish hasn't made a move yet. How can he? And we see the eval bar as well. It says that this was a big blunder by Anish.
Yeah, he's in a total shock. Yeah, he's in an absolute shock because the g7 pawn is kind of the soul of black's position. Yeah, queen d6, knight f5. Now he needs to transfer the queen to f6. Yeah, only way to hang on. But now the knight on f5 is forever. Yeah, this knight cannot be challenged. And white will develop the bishop slowly, once creating luft.
So white needs to take it slow, make a move like g3, bring the bishop out to d3 and avoid queen trade still.
Yes, exactly. I mean, g3,
so
bishop
like
d3.
Rook c1, queen c6, he needs to be careful about. Anish has gone for a5. So for example, if you play bishop d3 now, then that could run into rook c1 check, king g2 and queen c6.
Yeah, you need to be careful. Yeah, just at the moment when it looks like, wow, everything is under control, you can run into something like this and lose the game. So you have to be careful.
So still not so easy.
Yeah, not so. Maybe he needs to move the knight now. Actually, the knight, it's very, very hard psychologically to move this knight because it's so wonderful. But because you are kind of settling e5, a4, the knight is hanging. In this case, maybe just move the knight because nothing moves. The pawns are not really moving. Yeah, I'm actually liking this knight e3, and then once the bishop gets out, it will be over.
All right, Peter. Meanwhile, Abdusattorov has won his game against Eric Hansen. The Prague-Jan game is still on. Prague is down a piece, but the pawns, very few pawns left. Just quickly, let's jump to that before we come back to this. What's going on here? King f8, any hopes for Prague being able to hold this position, or is it dead lost?
Well, I mean, it all comes down to the next couple of moves. If Black will be able to keep his pawn, then, for example, f takes g5 runs into bishop g7. Yeah, that looks like very, very good news for Black. Yeah, fg5 on the board. There was no other move.
There was no other move because you can't take rook h7 because the f4 pawn falls then.
Exactly, and there is no way to get access to this pawn. Black even has bishop c1 defending if it's needed, but also fc is a problem. So yeah, fg5, and even Jan just goes king g8. I mean, this feels like slowly it should be winning. I don't think that the wrong corner really matters here because there are rooks on the board. So there is no need to pay attention to this detail. This should actually also help. But for example, yeah, otherwise rook g3 would just be a very simple win. Yeah, you trade, but then you have the wrong pawn. Yeah, that's what I mean, that still this slight nuance gives white some hopes.
Well, Jan's really up on the clock, so I'm expecting him to find the way forward in this one. Peter, quickly want an update from the Leko Tania Sachdev board. Completely equal material, but Black's a bit cramped. Any chances of white being able to create an actual threat like knight d6 and try and threaten mate on e8?
Well, certainly there are some tricks. Yeah, and look at this. He goes for rook e4, fe4, knight e5 with 20 seconds on the clock. He decides that it's getting too dangerous. Yeah, it gets way too dangerous, and this is a practical decision. But I'm not sure how simple is this. After king f4, just knight d3 check. Yeah, that's kind of very important that you have this check, forcing the king back. Okay, you can, and then knight e5, g4 pawn is hanging. And if you have to kind of get back to g3, then yes, so yeah, Leko Tania goes king d4, knight takes g4. He goes for the initiative. He would like to.
So does he want to go king c5, king d6?
Yeah, but king c5 runs into knight f6. Yeah, that's
and
kind
then
of.
e5?
e5, knight e4 check.
King c6.
And then there are no threats.
Well, I'm still hoping to try and get rook b4 and king d6 in, right?
Yeah, but maybe I just sit with the knight on g5 and I just wait. Because king d6, I always have knight e4, and otherwise I will just be moving knight e4, knight g5 and wait.
And rook b8, rook g8?
Yeah, rook b8, king. Then I will target the e5 pawn with knight f3.
Easy. Not easy.
I mean, it feels to me like it should be a draw, but yeah, king c5 on the board. Definitely it will be tested by white, and black is down to 29 seconds. Still very, very unpleasant, but okay, I wanted this knight f6, knight e4. That's why I couldn't even decide if it's unpleasant or it's fine for black, but he runs king f8.
He runs king f8, Peter. We'll keep an eye on this board because the Anish one is really getting pretty hot right now. Queen h7, very interesting position, a tough position for Anish. The attack is in full swing. The bishop is playing, the queen is playing, the knight is playing. What's going on in this one right now?
Yeah, well, I mean, the position definitely clarified in white's favor. So white got everything what he wanted, but still, how do you win it? Yeah, because whenever everything is so beautifully placed, you don't want to move any of your pieces already. Okay, just keep your nerves. I mean, just keep your nerves and you should be winning. That's the most important here.
So what is the kind of moves that would be candidate moves here for white? Queen f6 played. How does white improve this position that already looks so beautiful?
Yeah, we have to see the last couple of moves to understand, yeah, that black actually kicked the queen away from e4, yeah, because I felt like, you know, one of the natural moves would be to come back with the queen to e4, but then you play queen d4. That's why I wanted to know and do the down to 19 seconds. And what did he choose? He went knight g4, queen g7, queen f5. Yeah, so he goes for the domination.
Still everything under control, and queen g6. Anish trying hard to trade off the queens, even at the cost of h6 pawn. But I don't believe that Duda will trade queens at all in this position.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I'm expecting queen f4 and then knight e5, bishop c4. He wants to target the f7 pawn. Yeah, but queen f4.
And the point is queen d6, you go knight e5, queen d5, you simply sidestep from the king because black can't pick up the bishop because of the mate on f7.
Yeah, exactly. And now already bishop c4 is a deadly threat. Hitting on f7. Yeah, this knight g4, queen f4 is a very effective way of sealing the game. Yeah, I don't see any defense now against knight e5.
Anish down to 30 seconds. So the whole idea is to put pressure on the f7 pawn with the knight, queen, and the bishop. Knight e5, bishop c4 is the construction that Anish is trying to fight right now. I'm struggling to find a way. He goes rook d5. And the point is that after bishop c4, he wants to go rook f5. But then there's queen b8 check.
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely, yeah, Anish wants to fight.
Bishop c4, rook f5, queen b8, bishop c4 on the board. If
but rook f5, maybe queen d4 it's also a very nice centralization with queen d4.
Queen c6 check.
Yeah, and then
rook
I just
f5
move
on the
my
board.
king. Yeah, I just queen d4, queen c6, just king g1. And
because let's point out that queen b8, king g7, bishop d3 doesn't work because queen g4, the knight is hanging.
Yeah, now the knight is. I don't want to lose the coordinate, but queen b8 check is played.
Queen b8 check. He's gone.
Okay, no problem. Because I mean, of course, you don't need to blunder the knight. You can just move it back to e3. Yeah, king e7, queen c7 check, king f8.
Duda down to
95.
15 seconds. Okay, knight e5 played.
Yeah, and
Rook
now rook
e5 is
e5,
still-
queen e5, queen c6 check runs into bishop d5 or queen d5. So
Yes.
it's
doesn't work.
nothing. We are sometimes illustrating some blundering lines just to show what are there. Of course, the players are not even considering them. It's only for the audience.
What
We
happens
are-
to g4 here?
Yeah, g4 just finishes the game. I mean, black has to take rook takes f2 check, but there is just no perpetual with two
There's
pieces.
no way there's a perpetual there.
Yeah.
G4 on the board. But also there was literally no square for the queen that Anish had. And we can see that Anish realizes that it's all over, Peter. He goes for the only chance that you said, rook f2, king f2, and queen h4. And now it's just all about finding safety for the king. He doesn't even try it further. Anish resigns. A big win for Duda. Still far away from the qualification spot, but this is definitely a damper on Anish with this loss, Peter. Action on some of the other boards. Let's take a look at, where do you want to jump to?
Well,
Let's
I
go
wanted
the-
to jump to Levon because look at this complete craziness. I mean, White actually reached this fantastic knight on f6. He managed to get d6, d5, e5 pawns, but rook on g2. It was threatening to give rook e2 check. So Levon now needs to cover rook e1 check. Maybe he has to come back with the king all the way to e2. Then he will threaten e6.
Well, once e6 comes, then it's kind of starting to get tricky, right? Because e7, e8 is just queen. So black has to do everything to stop that. He does it with rook g1. Now e6, be careful. There's rook e1 after the trade, which would pick up the pawn. So you can't really rush with e6. He goes king d2, stopping it. But he's making it difficult for White to escape these checks.
Yeah, now White will play king d3, I'm guessing. Yeah, and the problem is that even the position like after king d3, for example, rook g1, e6, it seems to me like this is a draw. Takes. No, first
No,
of all,
but
here I have
rook
rook
d1 check.
d1.
There's
Yeah,
rook d1.
here I have rook d1. I wanted to highlight that this rook e1, e7 takes, it feels also like a draw because black has too many pawns.
But Peter,
But-
after yeah, exactly. Mhm.
But not easy to get this at all.
Yeah, because rook g1, you can't go e6 because the d6 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, which
Maybe after
means
rook,
that yeah,
Can
and
you
if
just
you
take on h7?
yeah, but if you go to c3, then of course black plays rook e2, so king d3 on the board, rook g1 played, and we might be seeing repetition. Yeah, there is just king d2 draw. I mean, what an incredible game! It was some incredible fun, and
Lot
it
of
ended
fun,
finally peacefully.
Yeah, it ended peacefully, but it looks like Levon has probably more reasons to be disappointed with that than Shark did. Shark was under a lot of pressure. Peter, Vincent versus Artemiev is a game we haven't looked at. Let's check that out.
Yeah, this is now looking very, very bad for Vincent. He's also very low on the clock, and the position seems like black is in total control. Black is in total control here.
Well, I see our eval bar is not that pessimistic about Vincent's position.
No, our evaluation bar actually collapsed completely. He thinks that it's gone because now rook a8 comes and there is no way getting out of the pin. I mean, the pin is just too powerful on the d file. Yeah.
So queen c3, knight takes a4.
Yeah, pawns are hanging, but I mean, it's basically White is already fighting the resignation. Yeah, it's just lost. So there is actually no real intrigue. By the way, I have seen that Lek Wanglia managed to win that game against Andrei Yesipenko.
Oh, wow.
Nyepo has also converted it against Prague. So many victories again. And here Vincent is on the verge of losing.
That's Yesipenko's second loss in a row after losing to Prague.
Yes, well, I mean, if it goes very quickly, yeah. If you get your momentum, it goes well. If you lose your momentum, it can deteriorate very quickly. Yeah, king f8, black is 2 pawns up. Yes, White has the 2 bishops, but black's knights are just way too powerful. Black is coming, king e7, king d6, king e5, and then f5 will decide the game. No way of any defensive possibilities here. Yeah, this is looking bad, and also no hope. I mean, because sometimes it's bad, but you know that at least you have practical chances. This one feels like it's just hopeless. I mean, with 10 seconds increment, here you have no time or no chance to try to flag your opponent, and then okay, black just comes king e5, f5, and
Yeah. It's just 2 pawns, and even the knights are very actively placed, making sure that the bishop on c2 is stuck to the a4 pawn defense. The other knight on e6 also very active. So this looks like absolutely no chances. Vladislav Artemiev going down. He's actually had a couple of good games now, Peter. He had a shaky tournament at the start, but he's starting to pick up rhythm. And if he manages to score, let's say this win and a few, and maybe the next one, then he's back in the race, which looked quite improbable at the start of the day.
well, I mean, winning 2 games. I don't know what did he do in the first round.
We'll have a confirmation on that.
I'm not sure, but yeah, definitely already winning 2 games. It's 6 points. Automatically gives you very nice chances.
So now does he just come forward with king c4?
He actually won the first game against Kostenyuk. Yeah, also, so he's actually then 3 out of 3 if he wins this game.
Yeah, he beat Kostenyuk, he beat Levon in the last one, and this one he's close to it. Of course, he still has to convert it, but that's catching up on a lot of points.
Yeah, 9 points. I mean, cashing in big time. Yeah, g5, very, very nice move as well, because you can use the other pawn to get to g6. You even further dominate the position, and yeah, poor Vincent has just no chance putting up any real resistance. He can just prolong the battle.
He can also go knight f4, because bishop f4, gf4, king f4, you lose a pawn, but then the c3 pawn comes under fire.
Yeah, it's just completely hopeless. It is just hopeless.
g6, f5 ideas.
Yeah, bishop d1. But okay, it's just somehow trying to get maybe king e3, bishop f3 check, but even that is just one check, and it does nothing because pawn on a4. But you have to try. You definitely have to try. You have nothing to lose already.
Black can actually go king c4, king b3 even in that idea if it was to come to realization.
Exactly. Yeah, it's
King c4 just cramping up the position even more for white. King e3, as you mentioned. So he wants to give a few checks.
yeah, but now knight f4, knight d5 check is also a plus, taking away the e2 square as well. I mean, yeah, it's very, very painful. I mean, this position is so painful because you have 2 bishops, but they have nowhere to move. For example, king d3 forces some bishop e1 already, and almost feels like you are in total zugzwang. Then knight e4, nothing moves. Yeah, king d3. Yeah, bishop e1. And this is total domination.
Knight coming to e5. Very powerful knights here.
Yeah, it was basically right from the start a battle of bishops versus knights, and somehow the strategy of Artemiev worked out much better than Vincent's. Yeah, knight e5 check, and
King g3. You can even go knight e2 and pick up the pawn.
yeah, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Wow, so many decisive games, Peter, we've been seeing in this format. And that was the whole idea of changing up things. You know, if you compare it to the previous tour that we've been commenting on, there were always so many more draws, especially around this time of the preliminaries.
Yes, but actually now we can say that you see 2 incredible heavyweights, Magnus against Dingliren, ended up in a draw, but that's just one game, and it's affected by the previous round. And also we should not forget that, yeah, Ding is playing, I don't know, 4 o'clock in the morning. So basically he might feel like, you know, I have a good tournament situation. Now it just fits perfectly to play a calm game and quick game against Magnus.
Why king e3? Why didn't he just take on c3 instead?
Actually, he's now also trying to mate White's king. Yeah, and Levon, Vincent resigns. Yeah, there is just nothing to do here.
Well, that was a tough one for Vincent, but this means Artemiev has won 3 games in a row, and we have been treated to 6 decisive games in this round. 6 big results. Vincent loses to Artemiev. Hans Niemann beat Alexandra Kostanuik, a tough event for Alexandra. Prague lost to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan is just unstoppable in this one. Leko beat Asipenko. Eric Hansen lost to Nordebek. I think, Peter, there has been so many turnarounds and switches in the leaderboard that we're going to see after this, simply because of the results. Jan-Krzysztof Duda taking down Anish Giri, and Levon Shark ended in a draw. This is where we are at, entering the final round of day 3 of the preliminaries at the Airthings Masters. Look at that lead that Jan Nepomniachtchi has over the field. 26 points, 19 points for Artemiev. Anish Giri at 18. So he's really high up there, actually, ahead of Magnus. Anish and Eric both at 18 points. And then a pack of 5 hungry wolves, led by Vincent at 17 points. Chat, we're going to be back with the final round action of the day. We'll take a quick break. See you in a bit.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this short introduction to the Roy Lopez. So the Roy Lopez is a chess opening that appears after the move e4, black replies e5, knight to f3, knight to c6, and now the Roy Lopez is bishop to b5, developing the bishop, preparing to castle, and long-term trying to build a very safe and solid center, especially with the help of c3 and d4 later on. So the Roy Lopez is a solid opening with a very, very long history. It has been played actually for hundreds of years, many hundreds of years. It has been played by all the world champions throughout the history of chess. It's a very classical opening, and it has stood the test of time for a very, very long time. And I very much enjoy to play it as white because it's a sort of lifelong weapon that if you once learn it, you will for sure be able to play it for the rest of your career, for the rest of your life, something that is very, very useful. The idea, purely chess-wise, is that, we want to castle on the next move. For instance, a very logical continuation is black playing the move a6, drop the bishop back to a4, black plays knight to f6, and now we castle short. So we have our king in safety. We have some control over the center. Next, we are intending maybe to put the rook on e1, but mainly to get some space in the center with c3 and d4. We are building this very stable center that creates this sort of bind or pressure on black. And black, although being very solid, has some issues getting an initiative of their own. So it's a very solid positional approach to the game of chess. It's not very dependent on knowing a lot of concrete sharp lines, which is also very, very nice. A lot less memory work for you, audience. But nevertheless, it's a very critical way. It's been played by all the world champions, as I said. And what else is there really to say? I just recommend you to study the opening and start playing it with white. So good luck to you.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi everyone, I'm Grandmaster David Howell. One of my favorite chess books in the world is The 7 Deadly Chess Sins by Jan-Krzysztof Rausen. This book explores common disasters made by chess players as well as going into the details and the reasoning behind such mistakes. For today's segment, we will be looking at the first sin, thinking. Now, thinking might not sound like a sin, but if you're thinking in position.
Welcome back, everyone. And we've got liftoff for the final round of the day. And look at the wild position we're being treated to in the Anish Giri Levon matchup. Peter, this one, a very interesting opening. Of course, it's still under theoretical discussion. Let's take it from the start and let's get straight to the action.
Yeah, it actually got to a Catalan, but it started out as a Reti. A very, very fashionable opening nowadays, very flexible one. There are so many different transposition possibilities. Actually, it's exactly the same move order that happened in Vincent versus Levon game already in the tournament. Levon going for the d takes c4 line, and Anish deviates. He doesn't go for the endgame. He goes for queen a4, bishop d7, queen takes c4, b5, queen c3. This is a relatively modern line, but also I think heavily analyzed b4. Yeah, queen d3, rook c8, d takes c5, bishop takes c5, knight bd2, castles, b3. Look at this. Both players are blitzing things out. They are extremely well prepared. They know their stuff. And this is the first moment that Levon pauses a bit and he has to decide where to put his pieces. Yeah, does he try to play some queen e7, rook fd8 idea? Because after all, you know, blitzing out all these moves, those are theoretical moves. However, black has this weakness on b4. I mean, of course, the pawn on b4 gives access to the c3 square. We have also seen that it was kind of provoked and it came with a tempo. However, it weakens the c4 square. Yeah, so white actually has very nice way of setting up his knight to c4, bishop to b2, rook c1, rook d1. Yeah, so if just nothing really happens in the next couple of moves, white could be feeling much more comfortable. So black needs to act, and Levon acts with e6, e5. Wow, very, very dynamic move. Yeah, e5, bishop b2. Anish, not impressed. Anish blitzes out bishop b2, queen e7.
Watch out for e4 board. Now. e4 in the air, rook d8 coming in, eyeing that queen on d3.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it's very, very. I mean, if it's not preparation, then white would be thinking here like for 2-3 minutes. But
wait, what is that, Peter? e4, he wants to take bishop f6.
Yes.
Or...
Yes, e4, bishop takes f6. I mean, definitely we know that this is preparation by Anish, so I'm assuming he knows what he's doing.
And it does seem to work because after e takes d3, you take bishop e7 and then pick up the d3 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, in any case, it's good. Yeah, it's good for white. So no need to worry. But e4 played. Wow. I mean, we might be seeing this. Is and this theory? Is it still?
It's being blitzed out. Levon was not impressed with what Anish did, and he had that little expression on his face. What is this move? And after e4 immediately played, Anish, of course, had the idea of bishop f6, and this is the position we were looking at. Bishop e7, and he picks up the d3 pawn. That's an extra pawn.
Yeah, extra pawn, but okay, yeah, that's what Levon is signaling, that, you know what, I don't care. I mean, I have the two bishops. I'm very, very comfortable. You have this ruined structure. Yeah, of course, white has the c4 square and white has many squares, but basically what Levon is signaling, that I'm confident enough that this is enough for me to hold the draw or to claim nice compensation. It's by far not drawish yet. It's still a game.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, Peter, what you said, that yes, it's an extra pawn, but two bishops as well as the pawn on d3 under attack. Well, white does have this strong bishop on g2 and the knight jumping to c4. So as you mentioned, still not completely equal, but enough compensation. At least that's what even Lev seems to think so with all his blitzing. Let's do a little bit of an opening tour while this action heats up. We see knight c4 on the board. Let's take a look at how Magnus's opening went. And that's quite an interesting one. It's a dragon, but not... something's not very typical about this.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, what happened here? So e4, c5, knight c3 happened, and g6. Okay, g6, d4. Yeah, this is some kind of a line that was supposed to be dangerous for black, no? Knight f6, bishop e3, knight c6, queen d2. Yeah, Magnus gets this dragon structure, but his knight was still on g1, so it's not on d4. But Magnus also tries to make good use of it. Knight e2, bishop e6, knight f4 maneuvered immediately. to f4, hitting the bishop on e6. And this is always a very, very special moment also in the dragon, when you have a knight on d4, that when do you take on e6? Because it's very tempting to take on e6, and after f takes e6, play bishop to c4. Yeah, it looks like, wow, you are almost winning. But if black is in time nicely to protect the e6 pawn, for example, okay, now after castles, I believe Magnus is not going to take on e6. I want to highlight this. So takes, bishop c4, queen d7. And actually this pawn chain is not bad at all. Black wants to then go knight a5 or knight e5. Probably in this position, maybe even more like, okay, rook c8, knight a5, and then knight c4. And if black can trade the knight for the light square bishop, then it's a perfectly healthy position for black. So lot of nuances. We see that the evaluation bar says like white is now clearly better. I find it little intriguing that with which move does engine think that, does this knight e6 now for tactical reasons work very nicely? I don't think so. Yeah, and Magnus goes h4. Yeah, this is the move. You want to go h5, and if black plays h5, that's already another story, because then black has weakened his king side.
When in doubt, push the h pawn. That seems to be the way of things these days. H4 really mixing up things here. We'll see how this one continues, Peter. Meanwhile, interesting stuff on the Jan Nepomucci Leko Tania board. Take a look at the opening. It started as an Italian. Let's have the current position on the board as we see it. And black has taken this structure with this g6, g7, h6 pawns. But on the upside, the knight can jump to f4 now, because bishop f4, you always have rook f4. So the f file is open. There are all these ideas with queen h4, bishop h3 that Jan needs to be careful about. So even though black has ruined the pawn structure, he's managed to get quite a bit of play in return.
Absolutely. I mean, for example, I personally like this type of position with black very much. I mean, it gives very, very nice counterplay. It's not really obvious what white is doing. Of course, white is super solid. White maybe will just play f3 and then queen d2. Of course, he has to pay attention that he does not run into bishop takes h3 sacrifice. But I find it more easy, more comfortable to play with black. Maybe we can see how did this all happen.
I was just about to say, because we don't get to see these structures that often in the Italian.
Well, it comes from this a6 bishop a7 move order. Yeah, it was fashionable like in 2016. If you look at the games from the candidates tournament in Moscow 2016, then this line exactly with the knight e7 was very, very fashionable.
Knight g6 after knight h4, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. And then knight h4, you go king h8, exactly. And then next knight g6, knight takes g6, f g6. Yeah, this structure, bishop g5, knight g6, takes, knight c2, h6, bishop e3, knight h5. Yeah, this is how you get this. And d4, queen h4 on the board. Jan blitzes out rook e1. I mean, this is Jan's strategy to play as quickly as possible. And I think signal his opponent that maybe this is preparation. I mean, it's we already talked about it. It's so difficult to handle this. Yeah, you know that Jan will play quickly, and you basically try to get ready before the game that, okay, I will try not to be affected by Jan's play, but when he keeps on blitzing, it's very irritating.
Yeah, he's up on the clock, but the position itself, after all these ideas, in general, I like these positions for black, Peter, because the f file is open, knight f1, and we're talking about these ideas, bishop h3, always watch out for that. I don't know, but I think Leko Tania has reasons to be also pleased with the opening outcome. Bishop d7, a nice move. You're also trying to get the other rook into the game, and immediately Jan continues the blitz mode. Queen d2. Be careful. Bishop h6 is a bit of a threat. Bishop h6, g8, queen h6 would be checkmate.
Yeah, suddenly white is the one checkmating. Yeah.
I was ranting about black's attack in the position, and suddenly white is the one checkmating.
But of course, yeah, nothing really changed. Or did it change? Because now with bishop on d7, one of the things one always needs to pay attention that the timely d takes e5 can be very, very unpleasant for black, because the bishop on a7 will need to be traded, and especially after queen d2 when you guard the f2 pawn. Yeah, that's why before queen d2, d5 is never an option. But here already this is hanging in the air.
All right, Peter, we'll keep our eye out on this position. This one's going to be quite the action. One has the feeling. Let's get an update on some of the other boards. Vincent against Hans Niemann, the two youngsters, the two debutants of the tour. How's this going? Pretty much the usual stuff out of the opening, no?
Well, I mean, usual, but also quite unusual. I mean, look at this. It started out as a hedgehog kind of stuff, but I mean, Hans's choice with bishop c5, this is everything than natural. I mean, usually you always go for this d6, a6, bishop e7 kind of hedgehog structures, or you try some quick knight c6. Yeah, that's what I at least know about this type of positions. I never seen bishop c5, queen d3, but the move knight a6 indicates that he wants some very, very quick knight before d5. He wants to break out, so it's a very, very direct idea. And this is what we are seeing after knight a6, castles, bishop f4, Hans goes d5, and he wants to justify his play like this. Very interesting. I mean, it's kind of some kind of a Catalan. Yeah, it can happen. Like, for example, if white takes cd5, definitely back jumps knight d4, and the queen is a bit awkward on this. So I feel like I don't want to take cd. Maybe I would love to play rook a d1 first, just to. But okay, yeah, maybe it's fine. I mean, maybe it's a very direct idea. And look at the clock situation also. It indicates that this is still some kind of a prep from Hans.
So it looks like both players are comfortable right now, and it's still early days in this one. Peter, lots of action on the Magnus board. So let's jump to that. The move h4, he's already managed to open up the h file. Things are looking a bit scary there, but White's king is still in the center. He's played knight d3, of course, with a direct threat of bishop h6. Get rid of the defender, get your queen, and checkmate seems to be what Magnus has in mind here.
Yeah, after all, he achieved the main task of the position, opening up the h file. So basically the move knight e5 after h4, it kind of looks suicidal. Of course, we talked about this, that black also doesn't want to play h5, because then in all these knight x6, fe6 structures, this is a terrible construction. But this knight e5, and then after h5, bishop c4, allowing this, maybe Duda has missed knight d3, because this is a lovely touch, a lovely little touch, because he was counting on hitting the f1 bishop and then getting access to the c4 square for his knight, and he felt like he's fast enough, but knight d3 double crosses his plans, and bishop a6 comes with the devastating effect. I mean, I'm even struggling to see how should black survive this. It might just be a terrible attack for free.
Yeah, knight d3, I mean, once bishop h6 is on the board, then it just becomes so difficult. And I'm trying to find a way for black to counter that idea. If you take on d3, for example, I don't know with what piece you will take, because knight d3 might even run into c takes d3 and bishop h6 immediately.
Of course, yeah, it's one more tempo. Yeah, basically it feels like you can't really let this happen.
Wow, Jan-Krzysztof Duda in trouble already.
Yeah, definitely in a lot of trouble. I mean, now it's a totally gratis dragon for white.
Free play. Yeah, free play for white. All right, so knight d3, something's gone wrong. And take a look at the clock situation as well. It seems to indicate the same. Peter, we'll keep an eye out on this. Let's jump to another board. Nordebek against Ding Liren, another attack in the making.
Yeah. Well, I mean, strategically, very interesting position. Yeah, that it looks like white has a very nice bishop on d4, but since the structure is already compromised on the queen side, with this d4, c4 pawns, and black having very nice control of the squares, I feel that black should be fine. I mean, I don't see any chances for white after the trade of the light square bishops. We will see how it continues. I mean, it's a double-edged position at the moment. Both players controlling the clock situation quite well. It's double-edged, but dynamic equality is, I think, the fair assessment.
All right, let's jump back to the tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Lek Liam, bishop g2. So, well, knight was not allowed to f4. He's taken this structure. Should we take it from the point where we left it last, Peter?
Yeah, well, I think that actually, yeah, bishop d7, queen d2, knight f4, the knight jumped into f4, but white comes back with the bishop on f1, and this knight will not be tolerated for too long on f4. Rook a8, king h2, the typical way of fighting against this knight. Knight
G3 was a
e6.
threat.
Yeah, g3 comes anyway, queen f6, bishop g2, and now also, yeah, watch out for detail. I mean, because I wanted to highlight that knight f4 is a nice trick. Yeah, that gf4, ef4 works for black, but knight f4 loses to d takes e5, and you lose a piece.
Very
Because
nice.
Bishop
Very
e3,
nice.
f takes e3, and then the knight is falling. So be careful. Knight f4 is not possible, and black is still thinking.
Black is still thinking, and Jan refuses to think. He's on 14.5 minutes. Liam down to less than 7 minutes. Jan is just, I mean, steamrolling in this tournament. Peter, how does he play so fast and so good? Usually it's just one of the two.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we hear him say that he's not so happy with the quality of his play and so on. But, you know, there is also that you can play brilliantly and earn no points. Then you are also not happy. I think he should be very happy that he plays fast and successful. Yeah, because this is a very nice combination. If he would even play brilliantly, that would be maybe already too much. Yeah, I mean, scoring points, playing fast, and leading and everything, and playing brilliantly, it's maybe too much, but he's controlling the game. Yeah, he plays fast, he tries to put the opponent under pressure, and it seems to pay off. Yeah, and finally, like this game against Praga also was not clean. Yeah, there was a moment when we felt like Praga is in total control, and then 2 moves later, because of the time pressure, because of some wrong decisions, then Jan immediately jumps and uses his momentum. Jan is just very, very tricky.
Very tricky player, and it's also very difficult to play against such a player who always has this super combative style, a super complex style, resourceful and fast. I mean, it can be quite a nightmare. Well, so far things look like they're okay for Liam. Liam's doing well as well. We'll see how this one progresses. Take a look at that. These are our 16 players. Magnus's camera currently not. Well, he's back on camera. There we have it. Peter, we've got one more day tomorrow of the preliminaries, after which we'll only be left with 8 of these. And currently, it's hard to say which 8 will make it. Jan Nepomniachtchi leading the field. He's definitely going to be in. It's always really nice to take this picture in of all these players focused on their screens and just how differently they approach this online chess and their posture, their body language. Quite interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's really incredible. I mean, you feel the tension. Yeah, you feel the tension. I mean, all of them working very hard. I mean, Jan is in more relaxing mood usually because he can afford it. Yeah, he has all the time in the world during the games. Of course, the other players who have a slower approach, they might be, you know, still in kind of a comfort zone with 8-10 minutes on the clock, but when it ticks down to 5 minutes and it's a complex game, then automatically you kind of get very, very nervous and very tensed. And Jan just continues his play. b5, a5 is played. It's some kind of an achievement for white fixing like this, but I think black is also kind of happy that things have been clarified on the queen side. The big question is, white has reached the maximum, yeah, but the move that he would love to make, bishop g2, runs into knight f4 after Lek Wang Liam very nicely moved his queen to f7, so he stepped out of this d takes e5 idea. Yes?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm just being told by chat that Liam had a massive opportunity which he missed. He could have taken knight takes h3, which was absolutely crushing, instead of falling back with knight e6.
What? So here after g3, knight takes h3. Wow, I mean, if this is true, I'm pretty sure
not
that
at this moment when the queen is on h4.
Ah, okay, yeah, because this one
this would be a bit too much.
Yes. So knight f4, bishop f1, and okay, knight takes h3. Okay, still I don't.
No, Peter. He played rook e8, and then
Yes.
king h2 happened, right?
King
and at
h2,
this
yeah.
moment, knight takes h3.
Yeah, but this is completely counterintuitive, because exactly at the moment when you play king h2, you feel completely safe from the white side, like nothing can happen to me. Yeah, g3 comes next, and here knight takes h3. This is something incredible. I've never seen something
This is
like
amazing. And the point is g takes h3, bishop h3, bishop h3, rook f3.
this. Oh, wow, just like this, so simple. Okay.
Wow.
Yes, this is actually how it's so easy to miss, because your brain just thinks like after king, you calculate knight takes h3 in all the positions while the king is on g1, but you never look at it after king h2 had been played. Wow. I mean, you see, that's what I'm talking about, that Jan's playing very, very fast. Doesn't mean that he's playing brilliantly. It's just he's making all the natural moves fast, putting the pressure, and then the opponent can easily miss such opportunities.
Yeah.
They are not computers. Yeah. And another question, yeah, that after knight takes h3, if I play g3, then you have queen h5. And then bishop e2.
Just
Okay, you have bishop g4. Yeah, you have bishop g4,
Yeah.
and it
It
just
looks
the pawn
like
and
everything is under control. Yeah.
and mating attack. Yeah, but look at this. Instead of this, yeah, everything works according to
my God.
Jan's ideas. He's 30 minutes versus 5, and now some tactical skirmish starts. After bishop b6, rook a d1, bishop e6, he took d5, bishop e3, knight e3, and bishop b3 played. Why? There was no chance of taking back d5. Why not? I'm not getting this. I'm not getting this. I mean, what is this bishop? Lek Wang Liang thought like bishop b3 is a nice touch, but the bishop will get trapped. So
It
bishop
just gets
b3.
trapped, no?
Yeah, rook b1 on
Unbelievable.
the board, rook takes e5 and c4 on the board, and now this bishop is falling.
You go bishop a4, just how are you trapping it? Do you go rook a1, rook b1?
No, then you have
Because-
a4, but I mean,
Uh-huh.
simply in long terms, that yeah, knight g4 protects the f2 pawn. In long terms, this bishop is gone. Yeah, preparing queen
Yeah.
a2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
rook
knight
g5,
g4.
because after queen a2, there is bishop takes b5 trick using this spin. Of course, because the rook protecting the b5 bishop. So you have to be careful, but yeah, it already feels like this bishop should be trapped.
Yeah, there has to be something, yeah, here, because it's
I mean,
just...
you can maybe just play very solidly rook e3. I mean, and then targeting this bishop with rook a1. Yeah, it's
That's a nice way to do it. You take away the b3 square first.
yeah, but probably there are many. Yeah, Jan plays the move rook e3, just so natural, and he plays this a tempo. I mean, he has always very nice vision of everything.
Oh, amazing stuff. Rook e3, rook a1, and black's bishop on a4 is trapped. Peter, there's so much excitement on so many boards. Now that we can see that things are falling apart for Liam, let's get an update on the Magnus board, because Duda looks like he's in big trouble. Bishop h6 found its way, and knight h5 played. And this always invites all kinds of sacrifices on h5. But right now, rook h5, gh5, queen g5, you still have knight g6, so it's not working.
Yes, but there is no need. I mean, look at this, that after the move knight d6, so it's clear indication. Now we get the answer that Duda has missed it, because after spending a lot of time, he moves back with the bishop, so he lost the tempo. Bishop a6 comes, knight h5 is already necessity just not to lose on the spot. And now Magnus goes takes, rook takes h5, g takes h5. And now
And then
knight takes e5. Yeah, knight takes e5 will follow, I guess, and then queen g5 check, and then knight e5. You collect everything.
All the pawns.
And then you
collect
made
the
the king.
house.
Yeah, and then you made the king.
So queen g5, you go queen h5 check, king will go to g8. And I mean, he has to get the rook into the game somehow.
Yeah, but I mean, some developing move like bishop d3 afterwards, and then long castle,
Yeah.
this is just
Not that
completely
tough.
hopeless. Yeah.
So let's say king g8, queen g5 check, bishop d3, and long castle.
Yeah, well, it's already, king g8. I also don't want to do it voluntarily, because my king is stuck there. But after king g7, if you want, you can even collect the e5 pawn with a check.
Of course, queen e5 check.
Yeah, he goes king g8, but okay, this is just, bishop d3 and over. Yeah.
Yeah, because f6 runs into queen g6 and long castle, rook h1 mate.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you
Wow,
cannot
this is
escape.
just disaster. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda knows that it's just gone horribly wrong. Everything falls apart.
Yeah, when it's not your event, somehow everything works your opponent's way. Yeah, it's just insane how quickly things can collapse.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other action, Peter. Esipienko against Eric Hansen, two very important, a very important game for our standings. And what do you make of it? It looks like black is trying to crash through white's king side. Rook g8 coming in next.
Well, I mean, this is this typical classical Spanish type of position. White has the space advantage. Black is trying to create counterplay with this g6 f5. Now both his knight, I think, let's just see how did it. Yeah, it came from b7 to f7. So it was a very, very classical standard kind of maneuvering game. Queen d2, knight f7, bishop e3, f5, takes, knight h2, king h8, and knight g3, just in time. It feels like, yeah, and if knight g7, f4, Yesipenko gets in all the moves that the Russian or the Soviet chess school stands for. I mean, this knight h2, knight g3, f4, everything timely, well placed and well timed. Looks like white is in control.
F4, very nice and very classic, because after e4, the d4 square is very weak. Let's head back to the Magnus game, because I think it's about to end anytime. It actually has. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has resigned.
Yeah, there is just nothing you can do. I mean, it's such a hopeless position. Nothing moves. You have no defense. White can choose between king e2, rook h1, or long castle, rook h1. It's just too much. It's too much of a humiliation. You just want to throw in the towel and forget about it as quickly as possible.
All right, and what about the Yan board, which we felt was also looking good for white with that bishop getting trapped? But wait, what has happened? He sacrificed an exchange. Peter, how did we get here?
Yeah, there was no other way than, yes, knight g4, rook g5, rook e3, rook c5, and he had to prepare this sacrifice. The only way to hang on to the bishop, but queen a2, bishop takes b5, takes, rook takes b7, destroying the pawn structure. I mean, it looks like a technical win for Nepo.
Okay, so we're going to call this a Nepo win. And look at the clock situation. That's always so unpleasant. 12 minutes and 3 minutes for Lek Kwang Liam. Peter, let's get an update on the Vincent versus Hans board.
Yeah, what is happening here? How did I mean, black's light square bishop disappear? I mean, I just can't believe, because that's usually the soul of black's position. If this bishop disappears, means basically bad news for black. Yeah, e3. Yeah, black is actually now busted. That's how this bishop got traded off. Knight b5. He had to take. I mean, he had to go g5. He had to go all in with all these moves. But of course, white is not taking the rook. He retreats with the bishop, and knight takes d4 using the pin. Queen f6. Knight b3, hitting the bishop. Well,
yeah,
we
do have Magnus with us in our Oslo studio. We'll be right back with the analysis.
What do you think of that final game then?
I think he played way too riskily, and I just needed to find a couple of good moves, which I did.
All right. Well, Magnus, what can you say about your start to the Airthings Masters and the Champions Chess Tour season?
It's been pretty bad. I've played a couple of decent games, but the rest have been poor. So I need to do a lot better than that.
How are you feeling physically? Your form, has it? We've heard that you've been down with COVID. So how has that affected you?
No, it's been a little bit better today, but the first couple of days I was feeling like I'm okay, but I don't have any energy, and which made it kind of hard to focus and because like every time I tried to think, I blunder. And again, it was a little bit better today, but still pretty bad. Okay.
Well, we definitely hope you feel better. And I wanted to ask you, with this new format, 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, are you sensing that your opponents are playing a little bit different, fighting more against you?
Not necessarily. I think people play the way they normally do against me. Some a little bit better, some a little bit worse, but I haven't noticed any particular difference in style.
Okay.
And Magnus, we were following your game against Eric Hansen. Can we ask what happened at the end there? Was it a mouse slip? Was it just a hallucination?
No, I mean, Rook B1 was insane. Like, I'd calculated some long lines there when he takes the 8-3 pawn, which they don't even work, which I'd seen, but I thought, whatever, I'll try it. And yeah, I just hallucinated. No, I didn't hallucinate. I just missed that you can go to c3 with the queen, and then both d3 and d4 attacked. And yeah, at the end, was trying to find a way to trap his queen with knight c4 and so on. And then yeah, I don't know even why I clicked on his a4 pawn, but I certainly didn't realize that I'd clicked my bishop first, which is unfortunate. Yeah, obviously I didn't intend to take the pawn on a4, but my position was bad, but I do feel that in general I would be able to save the game there a fair amount of the time at least, but of course I was considerably worse.
Well, it seems quite certain that anyways you're going to qualify for the knockout stage, Magnus. Currently...
No, that's not certain at all. I mean, that's not certain at all. I mean, I was shared 5th to 9th before the game, and I won mine now, but I have to do well tomorrow to be safe. So no, I wouldn't say that at all.
Yeah, I was going to ask, so what is it going to be about with 3 games to go tomorrow? What will you focus on?
I'll try to play as well as I can, try and focus, and hopefully my form physically will be a bit better day by day.
All right. Well, we hope you feel better, Magnus, and thank you so much for talking to us. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we finally got to talk to Magnus, and he...
Wow, Magnus there struggling a little bit with his health. Hopefully he will recover soon. Not happy with what happened in Eric's game, but definitely the last one, Duda's quick win, that should help with the mood. And let's see how he said he's not sure of his qualification. We'll see how the world champ does tomorrow. Peter, meanwhile, so much happened on the Vincent Hans board. And I think it looks like Vincent, he's got these 2 pawns on the queen side, a double bishop advantage, and we know that when you've got this A passer or the H passer and you've got knights fighting it, it's usually quite unpleasant. And at first sight, it does look like this is going to be a tough task for Hans to defend.
Yeah, it looks quite unpleasant, but it's again, everything comes tempo. Yeah, black jumps knight d6. For example, if black is in time to go knight b5, knight d4, then suddenly he will create incredible harmony for his pieces and might go after white's king. So white needs to find a nice way of coordinating forces. Something like queen c7 comes to mind in order to pin this knight, hitting the knight on e5, and then try to get bishop, queen c7 on the board. Because if you get bishop c3 and black is not in time to get knight b5, then it's wonderful for white. So queen c7, very important move by Vincent.
All right, this one looks like it's going to go Vincent's way. Peter, which game should we jump to? There's so much. By the way, Anish Giri and Levon has ended in a draw. Let's get an update on the Artemiev Shak board. Now, Shak is having quite a bad run in this event, quite shaky. Artemiev, he's won 3 out of his, he's won the last 3 games back to back. So he's still looking at trying to scrape through to the top 8, Peter. What does this position, this end game, say about his chances in the 4th game? I do like his bishops. I feel if we just compare the pieces, the rook is more active than black's rook. The 2 bishops are more active. The knight on c3 better than the knight on b8. So even though the material's equal, if anyone's fighting for advantage here, it's got to be Artemiev.
Absolutely. I mean, it looks like a very serious advantage, and also very much in the spirit of Vladislav's chess. He likes to get the grip of the position and then torture his opponent. Again, however, we see that he's down to 2 minutes on the clock. Yeah, that's the only thing that Shakhriyar can build some confidence on, that if he can hang on and the position will just be unpleasant, then due to the time pressure, maybe Black can escape, but otherwise it looks very, very unpleasant.
So very unpleasant ending to fight. And we know Vladislav Artemiev, he's down on the clock, but you remember that game against Lev, finding that idea of trapping the knights in seconds. So can't really put it to the clock with him. He's very good, even with less time. Peter, we'll come back to this. The Ding Liren game, what's going on that? By the way, I have some big update that apparently Jan Nepomniachtchi has messed up his advantage.
Yeah, absolutely messed up. I mean, now it's a complete draw. I mean, Black has basically a fortress. Now Black goes even h4, fixing the h3 pawn. I mean, a wonderful defense by Lek Wanglia. Maybe Jan just got carried away. Yeah, that he's already kind of winning the preliminaries. He's leading with a very big margin. And also Lek Wanglia managing to sacrifice the tech change, so he didn't lose the piece. Levon was not merciless enough. I mean, Jan was not merciless enough, and now Lek Wang seems to be holding on.
Wow, so you think this endgame, but how trivial is this endgame to hold on to? And because White can start giving some checks and Black's rook is tied up to the f6 pawn. You can't really go anywhere. So Black's just going to go rook f7, rook f8. These are the only moves that he's got.
Yeah, that's what he will do. I mean, the big question is, how do you make progress? How do you break this fortress? I mean, I feel like, you know, at some point White will try to trade one pair of rooks, and then the question will be, can you somehow get your king to e7? Yeah, oops. I mean, king c5, yeah, Jan is opening up the way. Yeah, king c5, king d6, and then try to trade the rook and target the f6 pawn. And then it all matters if Black will be in time to, for example, create real counterplay against the h3 pawn. One feels that Jan is at least making some progress. I mean, it's not a trivial draw at all.
Not trivial draw. All right, we'll keep an eye out on this one and see if Jan manages to create some magic here. Peter, let's go to the Ding board, because quite a fascinating ending. Again, it looks like Black is just dominating in this game. The two rooks doubled up on the e file, the knight on h3. It's sort of trapped. I mean, if you remove the rooks from the board, then the knight is really just stuck there. But it's creating havoc in White's position right now.
Yeah, this knight is a tremendous piece. I mean, White's king is in terrible danger. Yeah, that's why White is keeping his king on f1 to cover the e2 anti-square. Black breaks with g5, because if fg5, knight g5, then the knight lands on f3. That would be devastating. So yeah, Abdusattorov immediately tries to fight against the d6 pawn, tries to distract Black's coordination, Black's forces. But yeah, it looks like a dream scenario for Black.
So White's rook is stuck. One rook is stuck on the second file, stopping rook e2. The other rook is stuck on the first rank, stopping rook e1. The only piece that can create activity is the bishop. So bishop a3 hitting on d6. Does he need to care about this threat? Does he, or can he just simply go for g takes f4 anyway?
Well, I mean, I feel like if you have such an overwhelming position and you can keep the position, then maybe you prefer to keep it. Yeah, rook d7. Yeah, because fg, knight g5, then you know that if the knight gets active, rook f2 check, very, very nice. Also, after knight f3, White is probably trying to play h3 and disbalance this knight on f3. Still, knight f3 is played. Black will have rook e3. Rook e3 will be a very, very nice move, hitting the bishop, protecting the knight, opening up the way for Black's king actually to march into e4, reinforcing the knight on f3. It's looking very unpleasant for White.
So slowly and steadily just marching ahead with all the forces, and the king is a real piece in this endgame.
Absolutely, and the pawn on c4 is such a big weakness, yeah? I mean, if Black manages to get rook e3 and forces the bishop back to b2, and once you are not putting any more pressure on the d6 pawn, then rook will come to c7 and will suddenly target the c4 pawn. Yeah, how do you hold this with White? It's a nightmare.
Okay, so a nightmare for Nordebek. We will see how Ding converts it. Peter, interesting stuff on the Asipenko Eric Hansen board. Do you want to take a quick look at that?
Yeah, this is an epic fight. I never exactly understand who is better and why. It felt like there was a momentum when we saw it that Yasipenko got his agenda in time. Then somehow he missed his momentum, and then black was taking over. Now white managed to sacrifice the exchange, and thanks to this positional exchange sacrifice, I feel like, practically speaking, it looks like white should have enough compensation. On the other hand, black's rook is very active. I mean, the rook is perfectly placed on e8. I'm kind of expecting queen d4, yeah, probably queen d4 or queen c7, trying to attack the bishop. But with queen c7, yeah, queen c7 played, you give up the control. Yeah, that's why I was not so happy with queen c7. Bishop c8 blitzed out. This will be highly dramatic. This will be look at the clock situation, 1.5 versus 2 in such a complex position. This will be wild.
Black does have an extra exchange here, Peter. So I'm just trying to understand, why are you so optimistic about white's position?
No, I'm not I mean, I'm not liking the move queen c7 because I'm worried that black will get queen f6, and if you get the dark squares and you start attacking my weaknesses, then I wanted to put the queen on d4. Yeah, I really wanted this queen to sit on d4, but probably Yesipenko felt like he just can't sit like this. Maybe black is just clearly better now.
What if white, I mean, the only counterplay that I see for white is this d pawn, and the one move that comes to mind is d6, trying to get d7 in.
Yeah, like also saying, like you said A, you have to say B. Yeah, you have to push, but then the queen is completely out of the game. Yeah, that's very, very tricky.
So do you go queen e6 now, stopping d7?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, queen e6 is the move that that I want to play. And
oh my God, Peter, another update that Jan is now apparently winning.
Winning, then a draw, then win. I mean, it's such a complicated endgame that I think that you can analyze it for many, many hours in order to try to understand what is happening, because black has an incredible passer. Yeah, h3, h2 is threatened. White always has a perpetual check with rook f6, but do you have some mating net? Do you have a way to win it? I find it a little bit hard to believe.
Apparently there is some way to win it, but I'm trying to understand what it is. Okay, so if we start with rook f6 check, which was there, king g7, and we go rook f5.
Yeah, I anyway gonna play king g6.
King g6. Rook e5, h3, not in time.
Yeah, no, I don't think that you can win. Maybe there was a moment before, because yeah, apparently move 69 there was some rook g8. We haven't seen this position that he had rook g8 instead of rook b6.
Wow.
But okay, this is computer chess. I mean, in this endgame, what is happening here, it's very logical, and I feel like, you know, the draw is the logical outcome.
And I think we're heading there, because like you said, h3 is coming in, and white continues to give checks.
Yeah, and
not a result that either side will be too disappointed with, Peter, given the current standings.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Lek Wanglian will be very happy surviving this scary moment. But look at this. Jan doesn't want to draw. He's trying.
h3, he wants to go rook g7 check, king h6. He's going king g8. That's the idea. Let's just have some arrows showing that.
I'm not sure. You think that's the idea? Because f3 pawn is hanging.
But what else? How are you going to fight against h3, h2?
I don't know. I'm struggling to understand what Jan is doing. He did not want to give the perpetual check, so I'm assuming that he knows that he's controlling. He can still make a draw, but of course he can come back king e7 and then give rook f6 checks anyway. But
all right, so h3 on the board, and
this.
Yeah, and now I have king g8, bishop f3, rook h7. That's hard to imagine that white will be winning that position.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you are lucky that with rook g7 you can still make a draw. I can't go to f6 because yeah, it's
all right. So this one we're
but hang on,
draw.
some incredible no, it's Abdusattorov had to sacrifice the rook, but is it some incredible perpetual? This is some mind-blowing perpetual check. Unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable. Look at this. He sacrificed the rook and he's giving checks, and there is no way to escape.
Okay, king f5, there's no way to escape, but what happens if he falls back king g7?
Yeah, rook e8 check. and king g7, rook e7 check, and you keep on. I mean, it's some incredible,
Amazing stuff.
incredible construction, one wonderful spot there. But this also just highlights that how talented and how creative these youngsters are. Always
Peter,
find these incredible motifs.
Let's just see that motif again, because this is something so unique and so creative, this resourcefulness that he's shown. And we saw Ding's expression of appreciation as well for this idea.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like there is no way for white not to lose slowly, but he managed to find this incredible perpetual check. So now there is no way to escape. Yeah, draw is agreed. I mean, it all started with this fork. It looks like it's fork. Rook takes h2, checkmate ideas are also happening. After rook e5 check, king f6. The key move was, which of course Abdusattorov had to see, and I think probably Ding there missed in his calculation, that now this little move king g2, this little move king g2, protecting the h2 pawn, sacrificing a full rook, and after knight takes c2, black is not winning because white has perpetual check, and there is no way to escape because you keep on harassing the king. The king has to protect the rook. If you come up, the rook chases the king, and king f5, rook e5 check, king f6, rook e6, and the game was drawn. An incredible escape by Abdusattorov.
Absolutely stunning, this idea. Wow. All right, Peter, we've got action. Let's go to the Esipenko Hansen game. Let's get an update on that. I think black is still looking like he's well on course on getting this point. The queens have been traded now, picks up the e-pawn. Hard to see compensation now for Esipenko.
Yeah, there is no compensation. I mean, this endgame looks just lost. I mean, black might enter with rook e1, rook c1, or no, you can still protect with knight e3, but okay, just slowly this position is lost. I mean, rook c1, knight e3, bishop b7. That's what I'm expecting from Eric. Yeah, he's doing it.
Also, Jan and Liam, that game has ended in a draw. So Liam managed to survive that. Jan still keeping quite a bit of lead, so nothing to be upset about. I think it's been a good day for Jan as well as for Liam.
Yeah, and actually a big update that Mamedyanov managed to defend that position against Artemiev. So somebody, Shakrian, managed to stop Vladislav. So Vladislav finishing today with 3 victory and the draw. Wonderful design. This brings us, I think, also to the game of Vincent. What is Vincent doing? It seems to be technically winning against Hans. Also very, very important moment for Vincent.
Well, he's got 2 extra pawns and f4. So white always has to watch out for this idea. Black has to watch out for this idea of bishop c2, rook h7 mating threats, bishop g8, rook h7 mating threats against the king. So he goes f5.
Yeah, he goes f5. Now there is also h5. Yeah, very, very tempting because king h5 runs into rook h7 checkmate. A wonderful checkmate. And otherwise, after h5, if you move the knight, I'm going to have king h4 and then rook b6 check wins the game. So I think h5 wins on the spot. Yeah, on the board. On the board.
So sharp by Vincent. I mean, he's really good with this stuff. You know, at the end of the day, when the exhaustion is setting in and you're still able to find these amazing tactics and these ideas and play so precisely, and he's playing on seconds. It's just, Peter, I know you're trying to keep a straight face, but on the inside, you must be very happy.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very happy. But yeah, the only danger is, of course, that, yeah, as you mentioned, that Vincent is always done to his seconds. And of course, against all this incredible opposition, anything can happen with few seconds on the clock. Yeah, if he could play this level of chess a little bit faster, that would be, of course, incredible. But also, let's jump to Prague. Prague is winning against Alexandra. Also, very, very important for Prague to keep the momentum going. He lost to Jan, but otherwise, he is having a wonderful day, I think.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough, Peter. Let's go back to the Vincent game, and as that's the only other.
No, I think we should get back to the Esipenko Eric Hansen game.
Yes, of course, this one as well.
Because I feel that now, look at this, knight d4, knight e2. This is almost like my cement, because knight on e2 protects c3 pawn, knight on d4 protects the e2 knight, and white's king is incredible active. I mean, it feels to, and Eric Hansen down to 10 seconds on the clock. He needs to be careful not to lose. He needs to be careful not to lose.
Rook d2, rook d3 coming in, trying to hit the pawn, but now it just looks like all of white's pieces are coordinated. The king, the 2 knights, keeping everything under control.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that, of course, yeah, it's wonder this rook d2 was a nice move with rook d3 targeting the pawn, but when you go after this pawn, white, you know, after kicking away this knight from f6, yeah, if, for example, I go g5, you move the knight, I might be able to start running towards the a6 pawn, and if this a6 pawn falls, then no matter what is happening on the other side of the board, but knight f4 played at the moment.
Eric Hansen down to 10 seconds. And Peter, you remember his game against Ding Liren? He was up in exchange and then again shot on the clock. He let go of that win as well. And we felt this should be not that much difficult of a task for him to convert. And now it's a different game already.
Yeah, and look at this. I think he will be also quite happy if finally the game ends in a draw. I mean, of course, very disappointed in overall, but right now I think he feels that with this little time on the clock.
But Esipenko, he doesn't immediately repeat. Is Esipenko going to refuse the repetition?
Could be, maybe. I mean, if he.
Wow.
But okay, he's also down to 40 seconds, and maybe he will say like, okay, you know what? I mean, I should be very, very happy with this draw.
I mean, can he consider stuff like king d5, king c6? He goes king f5. So Esipenko down in exchange, but saying no draw. I'm going to fight this out till the end. Playing on seconds. This is just getting absolutely out of hand.
Yeah, this will be highly dramatic. On the other hand, I think Eric is a little bit happy that the white king moved towards the king side. Yeah, because this king march towards a6 was very, very nasty. Now g5, of course, white wants to go h4, h5, create problems.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he decided not to go towards the a6 pawn, but this makes his idea very clear. He wants to first create a passer on the king side. A clear plan when down on seconds is super important. Rook e1, saying that I can come rook e5 check, making sure that your king falls back. Andrei Esipenko saying there's no way, knight e2 blocking that check. But this allows rook f1.
Yeah, allows rook f1. Now rook h1 is played. I mean, I feel like now with this king f5, knight e2, white has no right to play for a win. I mean, it's already, maybe white is regretting not having repeated after seeing what happened. He was probably carried away by the thoughts that maybe he will get h4, h5 in and he can play for a win. But now he needs to be careful.
Well, I don't know if Esipenko is still going to repeat rook e1. He's now thinking whether he wants to go knight e2 or not. He does have the option to play h4.
Yeah, but h4, rook e5 check. Knight fe2 is played.
Yeah, allowing rook
and,
e5,
and you know
rook
what?
e3.
You know what? Maybe Eric will. No, he goes. I wanted to say that maybe Eric will try to play for a win because he will say, you know what? This is a method of honor now.
Yeah, this is going to be. It's not good. I mean, I wanted to say it's going to be hilarious if he decides not to repeat, but it's hilarious is the wrong word.
Yeah, he's down to 10 seconds. Yeah, it's rook e1 blow. I mean, this is the correct approach. I mean, correct decision after such an incredible adventure.
And just an amazing game there, and a save by Esipenko, who managed to keep his pieces coordinated in a very tough game. A miss by Eric Hansen, who's still having a fantastic tournament. Peter, good news for you. Vincent has managed to convert his game and wins against Hans Niemann.
Yeah, very, very important victory. I mean, also we see that how close the race is for the qualification spots. So every win matters. Like it's like a double win, yeah, with the 3-point system. So yeah, let's take a look at the standings or the results.
And we've got the standings in front of us. A massive 7-point lead. Jan Nepomniachtchi with 27 points. It's funny how Magnus, after a terrible start on day one, and then on day two he lost to Prague at the very end, he's now bounced all the way back to second place, and still he says in his interview he's not sure if he's going to make it or not. Magnus on second place, very critical of his performance so far, and Vladislav Artemiev, Vincent Kema on 20 points. That's amazing stuff going on there. Vincent, what a debut. And Anish Giri, Eric Hansen at 19, Andrei Esipenko, Ding Liren at 18. Currently, this would be the top 8, but Nordebek also with 18 points. So super close. And Levon Aronian just a point behind. Peter, with this scoring system of 3 points for a win, it's still too early to call what our bracket will look like. But I think we can say that the players, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus, Vladislav, and I'm happy to say Vincent as well, look to be, if nothing goes too drastically wrong tomorrow, these are the ones who look safe right now.
Well, I think the only way to qualify is to forget about all this, because we have seen Artemiev. Yeah, he won 3 games today, and he immediately cashed in 9 points, and now he's in a very comfortable situation up there, and he was nowhere after day 2. So the whole system, this whole 3-point system is so dynamic, and I think Magnus put it incredibly well, that even this shared second place and knowing that he's in this incredible jungle, there is no guarantee. You have to play 3 very good games, and after that you can maybe feel yourself safe.
And I think this was the only round we had so many draws in. Let's just get our scorecard up of the last one while we wait. I think we're probably going to have Eric for an interview. We'll get a confirmation on that. But for the first time, I think in the event, I'm seeing more draws than decisive games. 5 draws, 3 wins. Magnus, Prag, and Vincent scoring a full point in this one. The other games ended in a draw. Peter, I think, of course, it's also the scoring system. But as we were talking about the different reasons why we are seeing such decisive chess and heavy scoring, is also because of this very interesting mix of players, these ambitious young talents who are playing fearless chess.
Absolutely. I mean, it feels like, you know, the Vaikansé tournament. Yeah, everybody is always looking forward from the classical tournaments. Vaikansé, because always this dynamic, always this craziness.
Peter, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but we've got Eric in our studio, so we'll be right back.
As far as I can tell. So overall, I'm feeling good, but, you know, the most recent game is usually what you're thinking about, and I let my opponent off the hook.
Yeah. In some time trouble in the end there, a few seconds left on the clock, and it ended with a draw. How do you see what happened in that game?
Yeah, I was just in time trouble almost every game today, which isn't a good thing. I almost lost. I got my rook stuck a little bit, and I think Andre could have maybe run his king. I wasn't sure, but all I can summarize is that was very bad technique by me, and I almost lost it in the end. So I'm okay with a draw now, but I should have won much earlier before I was down to 5 seconds.
And Eric beating the world champion with black. How did you celebrate? We saw you run off the camera as soon as that game finished.
Yeah, that was obviously it was a little anticlimactic with bishop takes a4 in the end. But overall, I was pretty happy because I was doing very well at that point, and I was feeling it was a very easy position to play. I think just Magnus made a couple. I mean, he's obviously not in his best shape right now, and he just made a couple lazy moves in the opening with white, and it got bad real fast. And I heard it might have been a mouse slip, but last time I played him in August, first I had a winning position and I messed up, and then I was about to repeat moves and I mouse slipped a forced draw and lost. And so I've been on the other side, so I feel pretty good getting 2 positions against Magnus. I'll take it however it comes, whether it's a blunder or whatever. But I was pretty happy with the position I had, and that's the first time I've beaten him in a serious tournament.
Wow. What's that mean to you?
It's awesome. I definitely didn't expect it. I'd say it's a little nicer that I played Magnus on day 3, because then I had a couple days to warm up, and I played a bunch of top 10 players. So even though it's a little more nerve-wracking to play Magnus, I was already pretty warmed up, which made it a lot easier than playing him in round 1 or something when I have all these other nerves to compete with besides who I'm playing with. So I'm still processing it though.
And how are all your Chess Bra fans sort of reacting to your performance in the tournament and beating Magnus and just being on a roll?
I heard there's good energy there, and there's been a good turnout. So it has been pretty cool because a lot of our viewers haven't seen me have good chess results before. So it's probably a new feeling. It's been a few years since I had a decent run at a tournament.
And only 1 day of preliminaries yet. You are currently inside the top 8 to qualify for knockouts. How are you feeling about tomorrow? Will you be nervous? Are you excited? Adrenaline? What will tomorrow be like?
Yeah, I think I looked at the standings today, and it's really close, I think, with the top 10 players. So it should be fun. As I said yesterday, my expectations coming in weren't to qualify. Now I'm trying to adjust things a little bit, but still one game at a time. it should be a fun final day. It looks like everybody's playing for a win. There's a lot of decisive games, so I think I'm going to be in the same position as everyone else, where you have to assume that you need to win, at least +1 tomorrow, let's say, to finish in the top 8. You gotta put up wins. You can't draw your way into qualification.
It's going to be such an exciting day. We wish you all the best of luck tomorrow, Eric, and congratulations on winning against Magnus and being inside top 8 so far.
Thank you. Hopefully I can keep it up for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. We wish you best of luck and thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right. Well, David, what do you think? Chances for Eric Hansen.
Fun, decisive game, Peter. That's exactly what we're looking forward to. Quite a nice interview there with Eric. Lots of positive energy. He's looking forward to a big, big day tomorrow. And we were speaking of before the interview, Peter, this entire fun mix of players who've made these decisive results that we are seeing happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could feel the energy from Eric. And he said very correctly. I mean, he knows exactly that tomorrow it will be hell of a fight. Everybody has a chance. Nobody is safe. I mean, a part of Jan, of course, very comfortably leading there. But basically, you have to win games. Just sitting, trying to draw your way will not work. And it will come down to nerves. I mean, it will be such amazing fights, and the players will run to their last seconds. And only then we will know finally who those 8 players will be who qualify.
Yeah, tomorrow is the final day of the preliminaries and we will have our qualifiers. It will be the end of the road for 8 of our players, while the other 8 will go on to play in the quarterfinals. A big day coming up. And for everyone who's been with us through this entire broadcast, do like the stream, do support us. And if you're inspired by all the chess action we're seeing, and oh my God, it's been absolutely brilliant, do go play on Chess24. You've got to play 3-minute blitz games, and the one with the maximum number of games does win a tour badge, which gives you access to dedicated masterclasses by selected tour players and some very cool merch. So go on and play some chess on Chess24. It's not just that. We also have a very special deal going on with a 50% off ongoing premium with the code "The Tour is Back." Or is it "Tour is Back"? One of them. So, but do go on to Chess24. You will see the code there, and do play some chess. Do like our stream. You don't want to miss the action tomorrow. We'll be back. Good night.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.